Plato said that when you go to Kemet school, you became more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. We must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some Refuting too. We need to know Netcher.
All right, peace. ETM Hotel, welcome in peace. This is your brother Wujao Menew Ma'at, or I should say more properly as we say in our classes, Reni Wujao. My name is Wujao, and ETM Hotel, welcome in peace. Today is Saturday, March 19th. We're almost at the official start of the spring. I think the official start of spring is March 20, tomorrow or March 21st. Usually right around this time. Yeah, so welcome. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in. This is an early afternoon Kemet and Chill. So for those who don't know, Kemet and Chill, open discussion and Q&A that you see on the screen. This is a series of live streams that we do where the chat and the panelists, people who come on the panel, and the panel is open, by the way. The link to the panel is in the chat. It's pinned to the top. But the panel guest and those of you in the chat, you all direct the conversation. And the only thing we ask is, obviously, we're going to be on our best behavior, as always. And that anything that we discuss or whatnot is related to Kemet, ancient Egypt. You know, we talk about more than ancient Egyptian things in our lives, like, you know, but on this channel and things like that, you know, we have this focused conversation. So that's it. We keep it real simple, keep it real easy. If any questions are asked, we have the answers. We'll share. If we don't, we'll table it to investigate, or sometimes we'll even research live in real time. You know, if we have time, we do that as well. All right. So with that, I want to open it up. We have some people already jumped on the panel already, and don't want to run my mouth too much. So we have Pseudo Killer Assassin, Son at Emicat, and Brother Zane so far. And feel free to hit the panel link. All right, because you know I'm gonna like lay a foundation of a conversation, but it can go anywhere. All right, like I said, you all direct the conversation. So, you know, welcome those of you on the panel now. You know, do you all have anything you want to kick things off with? Intro, comments,
Absolutely.
all that good stuff.
First, I want to say ETM Hotel, Rennie Sean, welcome in peace. My name is Sean. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. If you could hear me pretty clearly. My take is something that I watched the show, that I guess the after show to whatever transpired on the other channel last night, and one of the biggest things that you said is you talked about people having you didn't say the audacity, but I'm saying it, the audacity to refute presentation and not even really review the work. And I think that that's a common theme among the people that we either communicate with, associate with, or in constant conversations with. And I think that issue continues to grow legs. It's a behavioral problem because people are so dismissive of information and evidence presented in that information because they don't know how to deal with it. And I think that, like, for this topic, specifically this topic, it's been rehashed so many times that the information is only going to get better on the side that we've already taken, and the stance that we've already taken to demonstrate. So I think that if we're challenging people to do better, it's got to be in the category of being able to have enough patience and comprehension skills to understand what is fully being disseminated in people's presentations, because they take time to put that together so people can learn. So
All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a key point is, we don't have to rush. Like I call it microwaving. Like people microwave topics, period, but we don't have to rush to even engage a topic. I think people are rushing to engage a topic as well, like before they even do their due diligence, which is under the scope of microwaving, what I call microwaving. And, that has to stop. But I'm kind of pessimistic now that it's going to stop, but we gotta just hold fast and hopefully people will learn by example. The best teacher is experience or leading by example. It's a slow thing, but it's a thing. It's more solid, rigid. That's that rabbit or hare, turtle or hare comparison. you know, Steady and strong, slow, steady and strong, or quick and burn out real fast and microwave everything. It's not good. Emicat Zane, got anything? I got my eyes on the chat, you all, so because like I said, we're gonna spend this afternoon. Appreciate anybody tuning in and hanging out. We're gonna hang out for a while. So, get your tea, your refreshments, your finger food, whatever floats your boat. Your hot wings or whatever, whatever you're doing. Whether you listening on the phone, in your car, or you at your computer in the house, whatever the case is, we're just gonna hang out and just hopefully everybody will have something that they walk away from. That's one of our goals all the time. We make it a point. When we say ETM Hotep and Shemem Hotep, we mean it. We want to welcome you with an offering, and we want you to leave with offering. And there's nothing spooky about that. I explain that stuff. We do it today. You go to your grandmother's house, your parents' house, you go visit them. You are not leaving their house without a plate of food or something. And everybody knows what I'm talking about. And that is the modern act of what we call Shemem Hotep, which is, to leave satisfied or with an offering. Anyways, but we take that metaphorically with information. We want you to come, share, but leave with a to-go box, some information that you learned or study. So I see we got Jehudi on the panel. But yeah, anybody on the panel want some opening things? Because I want to go through these comments because that the comments and what you all say is what's directing this conversation. But I do have something that I want to say, in regards to the conversation last night. So just real quick, I'm not gonna say it yet, but I just want to let people know, if you missed the conversation last night, when I mentioned a conversation last night, I'm talking about on the Pseudo Killers channel. The brother Unk gave a presentation and read some information that came from the Brooklyn Museum. and the information was related to the topic of the current topic that's been stirred up on Facebook and YouTube streets with Chief X and everybody and a couple of other people in regards to the Egyptians being black or not, sub-Saharan or not, and those kind of questions. So Unc had presented some information from the Brooklyn Museum that really summarized the current sentiment in scholarship on that topic. And so that was the conversation last night. So, we just kind of continuing giving commentary on that. But we can go anywhere you all want. So whoever on the panel already, if you have some opening things, mic is yours.
All right. Hotep, Hotepu, Abed E, Ren E, Imiket, and that just means my name is Imiket. And I want to say also Sasa, Mambo VP to Wycliffe Waweru, coming all the way straight from Nairobi, Kenya. Yes, we are definitely on lock on that one. So yes, Sasa, Mambo VP.
All right. See, they showing off. See, Emicat showing off. Emicat know like about 16 languages and whatnot. Showing off. Show off. Judy Mott, what's good? Mika, Hotep, what you got?
Hotep, just listening for right now.
Hotep or
All right.
Betsy. Y'all can hear me?
Yep. Surprised we don't hear any ocean waves because Jehudi always at the beach, man.
Nah, not today. Chilling today. It was a nice live they had yesterday. Just want to implore the people not to allow people to muddy the waters. Don't allow people to do filibusters. And if you don't know, please study. Please watch some of our videos. Watch some of Smash's videos. Watch some of Ank's videos when he's teaching. And it shouldn't be no mud. It shouldn't be blurry. That's all I'm gonna say for now.
All right, I agree with you. And okay, so I'm gonna because I'm going through the chat. Shout out to everyone. Appreciate anybody tuned in. It's Saturday. You all could be doing anything, but you hanging out, and we want to have fun, but we want to share and move the conversation forward. And on that note, real quick, anybody who knows me, one of the things that I do is I'm a person that wears like many hats type of person, or jack of all trades, or jack of many trades, not all trades, but many trades and things like that. And so I have these hobbies that I deal with, or whatever, and whatnot. But anyway, like graphics, people know me as a creative or artist of graphics. I've always been into that. And so with my artwork, I try to teach or give messages or have a lot of symbolisms or things in it. And so because I'm saying this because somebody asked me about the skull and the logo that we have, that I made. And when we start the live streams, and I think Emicat already spilled the beans on it, but the music, obviously, and I used to be a DJ too, so the needle that you see on it and the thing moving in a circle is like a record and everything, obviously, because music is playing on the intro. So that's one thing, so obviously you playing a record, so you need a record player or needle and everything. But it also ties into us pushing to move the needle, because as a record plays, the needle moves with the record, right? So what we're trying to say, and I know people won't get it unless I explain it, but what we're trying to say is that we need to move the needle and progress forward through a song. Like when you listen to a song, the needle is moving from the start towards the end. It doesn't go backwards unless you reverse your turntables or whatever the case is. But so we want these conversations to happen the same way. We want to grow. We want to grow and develop in the body of knowledge. So the needle represents moving in a progressive fashion, moving forward. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to answer that question. Somebody had asked me Because the person who asked me that question, they know that any artwork I do, there's messaging in it, and so they, so they hit me up and was like, "All right, well, Joe, what's what's the story behind that?" You know. So anyway, I'm just sharing that with you all. That's what that's about. I try to make pieces or artwork where I can have conversations about. But anyway, but I want to lay this out because I don't see any questions just yet in the chat, at least not yet, or anything. Um, but I just want to lay this out from last night. Well, on the whole topic in general. So, and I may mention now I started this live after being on Smash Rockwell's channel. He has a early morning hangout and chill as well, and so he had to end his to handle family business, which made me fire this live stream up. So anybody who was watching him that came over here, appreciate it and welcome to you too. All right, but so I want to kind of continue the conversation we were having from over there, and I'm just going to share my screen real quick here, and let me find it. Where is it? Okay, so here's a fundamental question. This is something that I had on the screen when we were live earlier. That like these recent topics about whether the ancient Egyptians are black or not, whether they're sub-Saharan African or not, and whatnot. All these kinds of questions. I think that it's an instance of pulling the cart before the horse, because what I find is that in these conversations, there's a sense that people don't know what makes a people a people. And so I have this question on the screen. What makes a people a people? Is it DNA? Is it skin color? Is it hair texture? Is it a phenotype? And so on and so on. We can go down a list and ask that question. What makes a people a people? And so then I had a couple of things that I started to answer it. What doesn't make a people? Not DNA, not skin color, and so on. So you all can add to this list, but the point here is that we need to lay a foundation of what makes a people a people. What defines a people? What distinguishes one group of people from another, and why? And and
Not
and, and for
language.
what? I'm sorry, say it again. You said not language?
Yeah, not language. Because you can
Okay.
learn a language.
Well, hold up. All right, we're gonna visit that.
Let me give you an example of that. Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna put this down, but I'm gonna put your name next to it because I'm gonna
That's
blame this
fine.
on you. He said
That's fine.
Sean says not language. All right, we're gonna put Sean's name right there. All right. Matter of fact, I'm
Yeah.
gonna put this on off to the side. We're gonna talk about that. But go ahead and
Okay.
explain.
All right. So I'm saying not language from the perspective of you could learn a language, meaning that you can integrate into a culture and you can learn the language. Like if an example of that, um, Chinese someone from China comes to America, they learned a little bit of English in China, but they come to America and you can see that they're trying to adapt or assimilate into a culture. And one of the ways that they're doing that is through, i.e., Ebonics, for instance. They're
Uh
around a
oh.
certain group of people who like certain music or
Mm-hmm.
and so they learn, through music, through someone else's culture, the language and how to communicate those efforts. So I say it from that perspective, but I know it gets a little bit more muddier than that because, um, one of the key instances of defining one's culture is going to be their language, unless you assimilate it into that.
Okay, so I'm glad you acknowledged that because what you brought up is a good point. But if we were to unpack that, right, what you describe is different, because remember, what makes a people, we're talking about membership.
Yes.
So so you can become a member of a group, because a people is a group. All right. So you can become a member of a group. And so to say that it's not language, you have to ask yourself, well, how do I become a member of this group? Or how do I become a member of these people? Which is to say, how do I become a member of this group? And if language is part of the recipe, then learning the language does make you, in fact, a people. You know, or what defines, it's part of what defines a people. Now there is no one thing that makes a people a people. And so let me just show this right here, and I'm gonna explain this, and then everybody can discuss it, or we could change topics or whatever case is. I just want to get this out, right? So I re-asked the question, what defines a people? And I got two sides with the or in the middle. As you all can see, I don't know, y'all can't see my cursor, but let me get my arrow so y'all see what I'm looking at though. So what defines a people? And we got two sides of this, right? And this is how the conversations go. And if you all are aware of these conversations, then you know what I'm talking about. If not, then I don't know where you've been living. Must be living under a rock in the past few years or whatever. But for the past few years, this is what happens. First of all, people ignore what defines a people, like to really understand what defines a people, what makes a people a people. But in the conversations, people talk about people in two major ways. And so one is so we want to find out which is the better way or the best way that we should talk about and define people. So on the left-hand side, and notice I have it red, and red means to stop, and obviously green is to go. So red, I'm gonna let y'all know already, is not the way to go. The green is the way to go. So on the left, on the red side, what people tend to do is people try to define populations or groups of people with conversations dealing with DNA. It never fails in the internet and the social media scene in this space. Even on the ancient Egyptian conversation, it never fails. Even last night DNA came up, and it never fails. But that is the wrong tool to use in a conversation on defining people. Okay, so what I have here is expressing what DNA does inform us about. DNA just informs us of a genetic population, and a genetic population is not the same as a population of people as we define and interact and the interactions of people around the world. We don't interact with each other around the world and distinguish ourselves from one another in the world based on DNA. And so I have these dates up here, right here, 2003 and 2019, because the human genome was not mapped until the year 2003. And it was most of the human genome was mapped at 2003, not all of it. And I believe in 2019, and somebody can correct me, I meant to double check the 2019 date. But in 2019, around 2019, they completed the entire human genome sequencing or mapping. And so DNA is a very recent, like relative yesterday type of piece of information. In all of human history, we have never defined people by way of DNA. Ever. Never, ever, ever. And even today, with our knowledge of DNA, we don't do it, because geneticists know that a DNA population or a genetic population is not the same as a cultural population. They're not a one for one. Okay? And so along on this side, with the DNA conversation, what enters the conversation as well is race. Because remember, DNA or the genome level informs the phenome level, or you got genomic information, phenotypic. So people talk about phenotype. And then phenotype informs our modern notion of race, because race is a lookership phenomenon. It all boils down to, in terms of how it's applied. Now, how it functions is as a class system. You know, the social construct of race is a class system, but how it's developed or applied is through lookership or phenotype. If you look a certain way, they're going to put you in a racial category. But these are social constructs, modern social constructs. So it tries to merge biology, which is a sound and definitive science, where you have your SNPs and things like that, where you can quantify and falsify these things. But then they take that and build on it and move its way up into a racial conversation, which is pseudo science. It's not scientific. Race, there's no biological reality for race. Race has no biological reality. It is a social construct and a very subjective one. All right. And it's prevalent in the United States or in the West. All right. But it is worldwide, but it's prevalent and intense in the West, especially here in the United States. So that's that side. But people are never defined by this, and they should never be defined by that. Now, that's not to say DNA is not serious and very important. Like DNA, people, we should go into biology, evolution, human biology, and the whole nine, because it is very, very, it's excellent to inform us of all kinds of things. It's just not the tool to use in certain situations. Okay, so I don't want to make it seem like I'm downplaying DNA at all. DNA should be elevated and taken very, very seriously. The whole study, biology, period. Now, on the right-hand side, we have culture. And I have this date here, 250K, as an estimate of modern Homo sapiens sapiens. Because this is the method in which human populations have made distinctions among the entire humanity from one another. This is the way that we've always done it in all of human history and up until this very day. Culture is king. So culture is that thing, that litmus that allows us to distinguish one group of people from another. So it is by way of a cultural population that this is done, not a genetic population. And to illustrate that, I have over here Igbo and Yoruba as an example up here in the top right. To demonstrate this, the Igbo people and the Yoruba people, they generally come from the same genetic population. But notice, they're two distinct people, Igbo and Yoruba. So much so that it would be insulting to tell an Igbo person that they're Yoruba and vice versa. And you mess around and get slapped or get punched in the face if you try to do that to a Igbo or Yoruba person. All right. So they're distinct people. But what is the distinction? Obviously, it's not based on genetics, because they're from the same genetic population or pool of people. So what makes them distinct is culture and everything that makes up culture. So I'm just saying this to support the way in which a people is defined. Okay. Now, in understanding that culture is king and culture is the main element and the go-to tool for identifying distinctions of people around the world, then you have to blow up or explore what culture is. And there's certain cultural elements. There's a list of culture of elements that make up culture. Culture is composed of a list of elements. And so I just have two on the screen down here: language and religion. But there's more. All right. Language and religion are high up on the list of important elements that make up culture. And so many times all throughout human history, people were distinguished from one another based on the cultural elements, language being a main factor. So much so that if you have two people, if one person, if like me, for example, if you did not speak my language and I cannot communicate to you, then you must not be of me. That's logical, and that's the logical foundation that has been set since the beginning of humans being humans. If I can't communicate with you and I can't have this intercourse with you, then you're not of me. And think about this. Think about it on a biological level, right? If human beings cannot mate with another, because we are animals, right? If the human animal cannot successfully mate with another animal, we know that other animal is not of us, a different species. So we got Homo sapiens sapiens as a species. We're an entire species of humans, right? We can't reproduce with just anything that we like, because we can't have that communication or this intercourse to be able to reproduce. So that's in biology. So look at it in terms of applied to culture. That's the same thing. It's the same thing that's happening, or the same criteria. If I cannot engage you, or if I can't have intercourse with you in terms of communication intercourse, then you are of a different type. Now, we don't say species when it comes to culture and stuff like that. That's in biology. But you all get what I'm saying. You are a different group if I can't have intercourse with you successfully. And by intercourse, I mean communication. So language is one of the major players in distinguishing groups of people. All right. Religion, which is your obligations, some of your obligations of how you live your life and so on and so forth. Your mode of dress, your mode of food production, how you protect yourself, your weaponry, your value system, your entire value system. What's important to you? Now, everything I'm saying is not on an individual level, it's on a group level. All right. So that's how I want to lay this out first, to get everybody to understand that we skip over these facts that I'm presenting right here. What defines a people? Because when knowing this stuff that I just said, if we are to go into who are the ancient Egyptians, or the question that people will be asking, are African Americans ancient Egyptians? Or ancient Egyptians are black? And see, soon as somebody asks, are the ancient Egyptians black? You know that they went on this side. And see that this color is red? So you stop them. Red is for stop. You stop them. You say, are the ancient Egyptians black? Stop. That's a stop sign. Matter of fact, it's a stop sign and a dead end. There's construction here. It's a dead end. You're not going anywhere with that question, because race is not a determining factor for what defines a people. So you got to bring them over on the green side to go. So people say, "Are Egyptians black?" Or you say, the question is, are the Egyptians the same as the Nubians? We hear that a lot. Then, just like your Igbo and Yoruba, even though they're from the same genetic population, they're distinct. Likewise, the ancient Egyptian, who, by the way, called themselves the Remetch, they distinguished themselves apart from the Nehisiu, the people who lived in the region of Nehisi. You have the Wawat, the Kash or Kushites. You have the Yamites, or people from Yam, and these other places in what scholars call Nubia that are distinct from the ancient Egyptians. So that will answer that question. You see how these questions will be answered very easily if people understood what I have on the screen right here. Because we'd say, no, the ancient Egyptians were not those Nubians. And then we can actually come to realize that the whole Nubian thing is confusion, and we need to fix that. The use of the word Nubian and how it's being used is problematic. But we wouldn't even know that unless we understand what I have on my screen and apply this. All right. And we could do this, and it makes everything easy. It kills all the drama. It kills all the longing out of these conversations and everything. Like I said in the beginning, we want to move the needle. We want to progress in knowledge. We want to get past this stuff. All right. So I just want to lay that foundation. And, like I said, this is Kemet and Chill. You all could take the conversation wherever you want. I'm in the passenger seat. So I'll let you all drive the conversation. I want to lay that out first in relation to the conversation that took place last night. Last night, the summary of last night, or what the Brooklyn Museum was saying, is exactly what the latest scholarship is saying, which is timely, because the Brooklyn Museum and the exhibition and what they are saying about the origin of the ancient Egyptians and the culture and so on and so forth, scholars have been writing about that, because obviously these books are in print now, but it took time for them to write these books. So they've been writing about it for the past year and some change. And so the book on the left that you see on the screen, Ancient Egypt in its African Context, these are must-have books. There's a series of books called Cambridge Elements, Ancient Egypt in Context. There are 10 books in total right now. 9 are available right now. The 10th one is on pre-order. They're not expensive. They're on Amazon. All right. And I'm not trying to, give a commercial for these books and all like that. But at the same time, I am, because I'm going to encourage people to get these resources. All right. So I should say that I'm not affiliated or get any commission from any of this kind of stuff, but I'm genuinely just recommending these books to you all. Get them. The book in the middle speaks directly to what I just said. The different layers of identity, ethnicity being the most important. All right. And we can get into that. But anyway, I just wanted to lay those few things out and then see where you all want to take it. All right. So remember, what makes a people, and this the DNA versus the cultural aspect and so on and so forth. So keep all that in mind. But let's open up and let's rock and roll. So we got people on the panel first. So this is how I usually do it. I usually give people on the panel first dibs with the mic, and then I go to the chat, because if you got the courage enough to click the link, then I see that as I cater to those who are on this panel first. All right, because I don't know, and people be scared to come on the panel for some reason. All right, but let's open it up. So the mic is open on the panel. So I see we got American Dream, brother Chris, Mika, Jehudi, Ma'at, Zane, Emmy Cat, and myself.
Yeah.
So let's do it. So whoever grabbed the mic, let's go.
First,
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody understand what you just laid down in the chat and on the panel. If anybody don't understand it, they need to speak up. Come on the panel so we can hash that out, because this needs to be hashed out so we can stop the circular stuff.
Yeah, most definitely. That the emphasis on talking about culture and DNA, and I just wanted to actually add my 2 cents with it, just give an example from my experience and perspective, so people really understand it. Even though I say I'm Luo, I usually tell people I'm Luo by culture, and that's because we all know that DNA is like that these are one of the new things that we actually have the benefits of working from as recent as the last 10 years alone. We're not talking about past history, but people do need to watch. Also, like on YouTube, you can find Africans who take Africans taking DNA tests. So this is why you do not want to rely on DNA per se, because everybody will find themselves spread out across the continent regardless. So that's why you do not want to mix DNA and culture. But I just wanted to give an example with my own culture, which is the Luo people, and that is something that we already know, and this is not a phenomena that is true only for the Luo people. This is just for all African cultures. But with my example personally, the Luo people, we understand that it's an amalgamation of different groups of people. So some of those that we would be required to be under the Nilotic group of people, but we understand that within the Luo community, you have also other smaller Bantu tribes that were actually swallowed into the larger group. So we have people like the Abasuba, we call them the Suba people. We have the Abarondo people. We have so many, but these are people who will also identify themselves as Luo, with the culture itself, but generally other people would classify them as Bantu, probably even with the DNA. So if you rely on the DNA and not the culture, you find yourself on different ends of the field. I know we have Wycliffe, who is also from Kenya, Wycliffe Waweru. He would probably tell you about the Kikuyu people as well, who also have interactions with the Maasai people. And you'll find that some people who classify themselves as Kikuyu people, if they take the DNA test, they'll find themselves also, having relations with Maasai people. So you don't want, so that's why you never really want to talk about a group of people and then use DNA as a marker, because all around the continent, it's about the culture. We understand there's intermarriages. We understand there were people brought into different tribes and they became that part of that tribe through history. So that's something that people do not want to overlook and then act like DNA is the mode of identification nowadays.
All right, yes, indeed. So so everybody on the panel gets first dibs. So anybody else on the panel wanna chime in?
What's going on, Will? How you doing, man?
All right, Bobby Banger from last night. So I don't know when you tuned in, but I was letting people know that this is a continuation from Smash Channel and the conversation last night. So we kind of just giving some commentary. We hanging out and having this discussion. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, matter of fact, the reason why the Amaral Squad was actually formed for people that did kind of like different disciplines, right? Like you always focused on the African language in the Netcher, understanding that, and Smash, he understood how to read the Netcher. Definitely looking at the whole situation from a Nubian perspective. And Asar, he always dealt with just African languages and hooking them up in totality. And basically last night when I read, I actually did that. That was funny. And I say, oh, so everybody is like vindicated. And so you had Ngozi that actually worked on DNA. And of course, I always specialized in archaeology and those early finds and understanding what it was and how it was. But the point was we was always attacking situations from an interdisciplinary perspective. Not to say that everybody on the team couldn't did this and that, but we kind of gave everybody their own area that they were more comfortable in. And so when you attack the issue of DNA, you can't just use DNA, because now you'll have people that claim to be Native American say, well, see, I told you we might not have no markers, but we was there. Okay, fine. Now let's look at the history. And when you start to trace the history and the migrations, then you recognize that it makes no sense to say that Africans free of evolutionary process walking some 50,000 to 100,000, right? That would be you. We can understand that. Okay, so now when we look at the Nile Valley, we understand.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think your signal. Is it me? Can everybody hear
No,
me?
it's not you. It's not you.
Not you and
Oh, okay, yeah. So Unc, I forgot. See, Unc, I'm so used to calling him Unc. See, Unc retired the name Unc. He's Bobby now. I got used to that. Bobby West. BB, Bobby Banger, Bobby Baltimore. All right, so until comes back,
Yeah, can you
but
hear
let
me?
me, yeah, but let me just kind of, I just want to reiterate what he was saying because he was talking about the Amara Squad and people who may not be familiar with the Amara Squad. Yeah, he's back now.
So you hear me? Okay, so where did I fall
Yeah,
off when I was just saying when you look at the Nile Valley and we're not taking away DNA, not at all. But we just need to have a serious show for real about the limitations of DNA. What can it do? What they can't do? What I do know is it cannot tell you your ethnicity. We understand that. And so the study on the Nile Valley is interdisciplinary. And in actuality, that's what they really came to grips with in 1974 at the Cairo Symposium. And that's what Theophile Banga and Walter Rodney actually came in and outdid the scientific community because it was the international scientific community. And most people don't give those brothers they respect for being part of the international scientific community. Whether certain claims were not accepted, I mean, you talked about that certain portions of the argument couldn't be substantiated. Why? Because it wasn't there is no race. They was trying to get out of the race aspect of it. So they said they wasn't white or black, but the real point that was driven home, and it has not changed, and now it's really the crux of what studies in Egypt and Nile Valley studies is that it's a homegrown native African civilization, and they don't emphasize West Africa. They don't. I mean, my fault. North Africa. They don't do that because they understand the geopolitical lines, right? They're talking about the Sahara now, and so there's migrations in the Sahara. There's archaeology. There's actually wall paintings, cave paintings that end up in the west of Egypt, southern portion, right? They come up out of the Sahara. They understand it now, but it's taken time to actually get into academia. And so you being one of the first people I know, because I know I got a couple of the books from Cambridge Elements, right? Ain't nobody even seen them books, bro. Like Brother Reggie, right? And yourself, right? And I know nobody else, right? It actually speaks to this issue. So the experts have spoken on the limitations of using DNA to totally define the Nile Valley population. And so, like Smash said, like everybody has to come up with critique. And yeah, I just appreciate being able to come through, brother. And I appreciate just, I pushed forward because it was disrespect in the sisterhood. And I was tired of all the noise. And I know I got a special way of doing stuff. And so I did what I had to do. Now y'all can clear it up, make it clearer, however it needs to be done. But we now know that Chief X was frauding on the whole situation and he faked out everybody. So for me to respond, I need them to go to museums, whether it's the Brooklyn, whether it's all the way in Europe, the Met, whether you go to Washington, D.C., right? I'm saying before I even consider, bringing this up again.
yeah. Um, Man, that's excellent. I want to add to what you said, right? And I'm gonna say it this way, with what I have on the screen, because you mentioned multidiscipline, okay, and you were saying that the Amara Squad, members of the Amara Squad, coming together represented a disciplinary situation, right? A team. And so what I have on the screen, the tools, and this is how we should look at it, right? And I just have a few listed. This is not a full list, but it's a few. Historical comparative linguistics, biogenetics, psychology, sociology, physics, chemistry, and the list could go on. But we should look at these as tools, right? And so this is how things should be done. What you do is, if you're curious about something, you formulate and structure a question about it, a research question, a question to investigate. Then, based on your question and the area of information you're seeking, you look back in your tool chest or among the tools, and you pick the appropriate tool that will address the question. So, for example, if somebody needs heart surgery, and a surgeon is there He knows that what's needed is something dealing with the heart and has to open you up in heart surgery. They're not gonna go to the tool chest and get a screw gun, because a screw gun is the wrong tool to use in open heart surgery. You see, nobody's gonna get channel locks, or some couplings and stuff like that to deal with open heart surgery. Even though channel locks and the tools I mentioned are very important in their own right when used for what they need to be used for, but it doesn't apply. And so likewise, certain tools apply to certain questions, and we gotta get that understanding. And I see a lot of people misuse tools, and misuse them in the wrong way. People are trying to ask about cultural questions, but are using DNA. So they're using the biogenetic one. That's the wrong tool. You don't do that. And some of these tools will help inform of each other. Like, some of these tools may not be a one all be all. You may have to use a couple of tools. Just like any job you do, you don't, if you're building a house, you got to use a tape measure. You got to use so many tools in building a house, or rehabbing this, or building this or building that. Not just one tool. So I'm proposing and let people and suggesting people to look at it that way. Look at all these things as tools and pick the right one for the job. That's it. Certain ones are just not going to be right. And that's what I see a lot of people guilty of. They using the wrong tools. Last night, the issue was about the ancient Egyptians, and the wrong tool came up after the presentation. DNA should have never come up in the conversation. Period.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And you said
So
something early in the conversation, Mujab, was about maybe a week ago, and I call it Wujab fashion. You say something that'll make everybody say, nah, 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 nah. But with further review, this shit is like super accurate. Here's the statement. You say, well, the Greeks came in. Right. He said, you would have to consider them Egyptians. And everybody fell apart. Don't nobody want to hear that. But based off of the criteria that should be used, right? We understand why at those time periods, right, they was considered Egyptians. You would have to
exactly.
understand the criteria. You would have to understand why, right? They're on the walls, right? You showed the pictures, right? The pictures you showed was Ptolemy, one of the Ptolemies, and then you showed them in all his Egyptianness, okay? And that was deep. And the Libyans do it, the Nubians do it, it's funny, right? And people, they don't really want to address that on how that part of what you were saying was absolutely spot on. But you know what I mean? You would have to get the racism out of your head and then truly understand what the conversation was.
Yeah. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show you all. See, I try to keep things in the space of logic, which helps to simplify things. And I use a lot of analogies and comparisons, and I want to show you all something. But somebody else can grab the mic, and if you got anything to say while I pull this up real quick, so somebody else can go ahead and grab that mic and give some commentary. I'm gonna look at the chat again
Mm-hmm.
as
Yeah,
well,
chat.
but I'm trying to show. Why can't I get this?
Yeah, well, you do that since nobody's chiming in. But what you
How you
said,
doing,
and
McKay? How you doing, McKay?
hey, Uncle Bobby, well, that was crazy. That was crazy. That we really appreciate the work that you did. That was due, basically.
Yeah, we do.
And I
Thanks a
like the
lot.
fact, how because it's people don't understand that there's a reason why people like TFX will never jump on a panel like this, and have a discussion where they have other people who are skilled. They know that these people know their stuff. But yesterday, you actually pretty much from the very beginning, before you started your presentation, you highlighted that point when you asked Chief X to just be clear on his claims. you know, and you could see that he never really understand what he's talking about. He didn't even understand what Lower and Upper Egypt was. He thought that the article agreed with what he was saying when he and actually, but still kept on. Okay, I'm echoing.
Yeah,
Okay,
somebody must have their
hopefully.
mic open.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So I was saying that one of the things that was highlighted is just how much ill-equipped these people usually are, and then and they really puff their chest when they are on their platforms, and that's why they always are on their platforms. And when you invite them on a panel like this that is always open, they really never want to be part of it. Because yesterday, you know, it was clear. Chief X was asked to just make his claims clear. I know Chevron was really trying to help him, you know, and every time he noticed Chevron was helping him, he's like, well, I'm not clear on what Unc is saying, you know, when he had already answered the question. But, you know, but when you ask him what are his claims, he actually understands that he's talking about a Mediterranean when he's talking about Asian origin, and then he doesn't understand what the article in front of his face that's written in plain English is saying. He thinks that article actually agrees with him when he's actually saying the complete opposite. And this is why, you know, these people just they don't even read, you know. And when he was asked his sources, he didn't even have not one single source. Anybody that's run around for a whole year putting a claim down definitely has at least one or two sources at the very least. But they didn't have that. He didn't understand what the article was saying. You could just see that. And I appreciate that Ankh did that, you know, put him on the spot to just explain his claims in the beginning. And that's when everything fell apart. But everything else was just a massacre.
Yeah, Bobby beat the brakes off that boy last night. Yo,
So, all right, I'm sharing this. Oh, where'd it go? I'm sharing my screen. Let me explain this, and then we pass it back. So everybody, well, most of you all should know who this is, right? LeBron James. And I have him on the screen to illustrate a point. Is that LeBron James used to play for Cleveland Cavaliers. Now he plays for the Lakers. Okay, so let's use this as a comparison to the phenomenon that we observe in human groupings, right? So LeBron James was a member of a population called Cleveland Cavaliers, and he represented that population by exhibiting every element of Cleveland Cavaliership, so to speak. He wore the dress code. He interacted and had intercourse, behavioral intercourse with said population of Cleveland Cavaliers. He did things, everything as a Cleveland Cavalier represented and all that kind of stuff. That was where his loyalty was and everything. He spoke Cleveland Cavalierian for the sake of the comparison, all right? That's him on the left. Then he decided to become a member of a different population called the LA Lakers, Los Angeles Lakers. So he switched and became a member of that population and represented that culture by wearing that culture's dress code, by speaking that culture's language, by doing that culture's things and working within that culture and its people and so on and so forth. All right. So we can see how everything about DNA or whatever did not change, but his identity changed in that sense. So in this comparison, we would say he had a change of ethnicity or a cultural change, and he is no longer a Cleveland Cavalierian. He's now a Los Angeles Lakerian, Laker. Yeah, I'm trying to make it butchering that name. He's a Los Angeles Laker. He's not a Cavalier anymore. He's a Laker. You see, so the same thing happens in cultural anthropology, where, and you know, I'm only using an example to try to make it simple for y'all because, man, I don't know. Sometimes I try to reach and do things for for the people in the back or the short bus as well. So, and I'm trying to, if you got it, you got it. I'm not trying to insult anybody here, but but hopefully y'all can see how this works among human populations, where the membership that you have, we have different layers of identity. And like I say this all the time. The layer of engagement begins at the layer of your nationality, what we call nationality. That's where the layer of engagement begins. That's where it matters. That's where it begins to matter. The continental layer, people identifying with continents, that's all fine and dandy. It sounds good and everything like that, but that's all it is. There's no engagement at a continental level. So you claiming to be Asian or European or African or South American or North American does nothing in terms of engagement. It's not until you get to the lower level of nation and your membership within a nation that you have activity. That's where the party is. That's where the activities are. All right. And so we have to keep all this stuff in mind when having these conversations. So now if we take all that stuff and go backwards in history with the ancient Egyptians, remember, they formed one of the world's first confederacies, first statehoods, countries on that scale. And so we have to speak about it in these terms. They had a national identity, a national entity that was created. And they lived within that framework called Simatawi. It was called different names, called Tawi, Kinu, Kemet in the 11th dynasty, and so on and so forth. But they created or organized a national identity that separated themselves from everybody else. And they felt that they were the center of everything. They were Kemetocentric or Egyptocentric, very Egyptocentric, just like everybody else on the planet today. Everybody on the planet, group of people's population and culture, they think that they're all that in a bag of chips. Rightfully so. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Whatever team you rocking with and playing for or a member of, you definitely gonna think that you're the best. And that's what everybody does. And so everyone is centric in that sense. And that's how populations are distinguished. So I just wanted to use LeBron in this example to kind of hopefully illustrate some of the points that need to be made. But anyway, I pass the mic.
If I can, indeed.
Oh, sure.
If I can get in there. Peace. And that's kind of like a part of what I've been thinking in terms of LeBron James, because, LeBron James kind of gets paid millions to switch cultures, if you wish, right? And my what I've always wondered is, what is the payoff for African Americans to switch cultures and adapt the Egyptian culture? Or, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of different in that respect, because just to keep it in line of what Chief X was saying, if I can, in terms of the video from yesterday, I said this morning with Smash. I think that there were two arguments he's making, and the main argument he's making, because even here in the chat, you'll notice a lot of Egyptian names, and I think I could be wrong. I think that those people are African Americans, and a lot of the people, some of the people on the panel here have adopted Egyptian names. They greeted each other saying Hotep. So I guess my question is, because one of Chief X's main point, if not his main point, is that we are not Egyptian and that we should not adopt the Egyptian culture, because based on our DNA, we're not Egyptian, so we shouldn't be adopting the culture. And so I guess I'm wondering, it does appear as if this channel does promote the Egyptian culture and the adopting of it. And I guess I'm wondering, without the national identity, because I think for ancient Egyptians, what kind of brought them the value to their culture is because it was backed up by their national identity. There was actually a country that they lived in called Egypt. And so them having that culture because they lived in that nation, it brought benefits to them. So I'm wondering, like, if African Americans who are living in America, who are adopting an Egyptian culture, an ancient Egyptian culture, nonetheless, there is not that the national identity part is missing. And I think, as you just stated, I think that is the core. And if that national identity part is missing, will we get the benefit out of adopting the Egyptian culture and calling ourselves Egyptian names and speaking, saying hello in Egyptian without the national identity? What is the benefit? What is the benefit of it?
Okay, good question. And I have on I started to type as you were speaking because I like to take notes, and I was just sharing what I was typing just to address some of the things you were saying as you were saying it. So let me just make this clear for those who don't know. This channel, me and this channel, we don't support or claim that African Americans are ancient Egyptians, nor do we claim or support that African Americans should become ancient Egyptians. All right, so we never do that, never have done that, and that's not what you'll find on this channel. We're not about that at all. We actually promote, I'm telling you what we don't promote. What we do promote is that any culture that anyone is curious enough to examine and investigate and research, to learn about the culture, study the culture, and do so by way of its language. And so the only way you're going to really understand a culture is by engaging that culture by way of its language, because language is the DNA of culture. Now, learning about a culture does not equal become the culture or become a member of said culture, whatever culture you're studying, whether it's Greek, ancient Greek, modern Greek, Egypt, whatever the case is. And we promote using these studies as a resource and not as a reference that people often do. So no, we're against all that you just said, and so we set the record straight about everything. So we don't believe or promote any of that. All right. So although my name is an ancient Egyptian name, and like you mentioned, there are many people online, and even some people in the chat that got Egyptian names or whatever the case is. If we were to dive into that logic, then my birth name and a lot of people in the chat's birth name or whatever are rooted in some European population that we're not genetically part of. And again, genetics is the wrong tool to even bring up. And so with Chief X's logic, because I'm not going to put it on you and put it on Chief X, with Chief X's logic is that in order for us to study something, we have to be genetically that something. And nobody in the world thinks like that, and it's taken serious. Nobody. Because if that's the case, we wouldn't study ocean animals in the ocean, seafaring creatures in the ocean, or plant life. We wouldn't have a field of botany if the requirement was that in order to study something, we have to be that thing. So I studied Greek, ancient Greek culture. I'm not Greek. I never saw myself as Greek, but I studied it, and I could use it as a reference. Like Greek philosophy and things, it's some good, worthwhile stuff in there. I could use it as a reference. I don't have to be something in order to study it. And so I don't think people should make it rigid like that. And anybody that does that, I always push back. So taking on an Egyptian name does not equate either that you're taking on or you think that you're a part of the culture and whatnot. Because like I said, if that's the case, then we're all Europeans in terms of continent, or British or Irish or whatever. If you trace out everybody's name, I don't know what your birth name is. I'm definitely assume it's not American Dream, but whatever your name is, if you were to look up your name and where it came from, in terms of that logic that Chief X is demonstrating, I guarantee you're not that.
Yeah, I think that needs to be made clear and completely emphasized, because that's actually it's a weak argument first and foremost, and it actually shows just why people don't understand certain things. Because that's like saying that if somebody, because people do name themselves Shaka Zulu and all that stuff, that people would name themselves Mandela. There's reasons why people name themselves certain things. So you can't say that correlation, implies, causation and things of that nature. You have to be clear when you're accusing somebody or when you're making a claim, then you really have to understand what the other person is implying, because otherwise you're misrepresenting the claim itself, and that in its own is a problem. So until people actually say that, we name ourselves this because we think we're this, or we study this because we think we're this, all that is just an assumption. And then people actually have this long drawn debates off of assumptions. They assume that people who name themselves Shaka Zulu think that they're actually from South Africa or somewhere. They assume that somebody else who names themselves Steve Biko or whatever, some people will name themselves all kinds of names, like that doesn't, it just shows that you really, really remedial in understanding, certain things, because you would actually have to go deeper before you actually, carry that claim and go and argue about it. You have to bring evidences of what you're saying. But at the end of the day, people study what they study. People name themselves what they name themselves. And you have to be clear on those two things, and they're very, very distinct. And at the end of the day, you probably, and most likely, at the end of the day, when you look at who these people who actually claim they're ancient Egyptians, who they are, it's probably five people. And it's so easy to actually name, because you have to name the people, name those people, provide the evidences of where they actually put those claims forward, and then take that argument to those people. But you can't just take five people's argument and then put it on everybody, a whole collective of people, just because you feel like having a debate.
Yeah, I can show just real quick. I can show European scholars with Egyptian names, pen names, and things like that. They use Egyptian names for themselves, and they study Egypt all day, every day. They actually make a living off of it. That's their professional career, is where they're Egyptologists. I can show you Egyptologists, and so that logic really just goes out the window. And I think people should just be aware of that, so that could fizzle and fade out. And also, what I have on my screen is the reverse, right? For those people who do claim African Americans are ancient Egyptian, anybody who feels that way, then what they're essentially saying as well is that is because, or if African Americans are ancient Egyptians, then modern Egyptians that who live there now are also ancient Egyptians, and people who say that, they don't accept that. They say that people in Egypt right now are not ancient Egyptians, but yet African Americans are, and I think that's just equally as backwards. So we don't deal with any of those. We don't push any of those things. So hopefully that's clear, American Dream. But I don't know if you had a question out of that, but I just wanted to make sure I touch on those things. But I may have forgotten if you had a question.
Yeah, let me chime in real quick though.
I got a point though. What
Another
about in
benefit.
Egypt now when they
Hold on.
got the Muslims' names? What
Yeah.
about these dealing
Facts.
with Muslim names in
Yeah,
Egypt?
did you ask did you ask your bro Chef why he got a L on his name? Is he practicing the Berber culture?
Right. Yeah. He got the Egyptian name too. It's Shep. Yeah, Shiat. That's his real name on his that's his birth name, yeah. That's his birth name. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Sheffer L, that's like a Moorish name. You think he's from Morocco or Mauritania,
Nah, I don't know if you think that that's his real name.
or
Ain't
or
he,
from Canaan, or Canaan. Because remember the Moabites, the Canaanites, they worship El.
Mhm.
But anyway, but Judy, you were gonna say something?
But yeah, another benefit you get from studying the language and studying the culture, but not trying to act like you're part of the culture or you are them those people. A benefit you get is to know that you're not those people genetically, and it when you learn the language, it reinforces you and makes you actually want to understand and learn other African languages because they have a lot of things in similar. Um, you also learn a lot about ancient cultures. You learn not to try to push modern thoughts towards the ancient people. You kind of let them decide who they are by reading their text and reading what they say about themselves. Just things like that to help you, give you a benefit and insight to see what people that don't study don't see.
Sure. I guess if I had to come up with one question, it would be, do African Americans or pretty much anybody else in general have any reason to be more interested in the history and culture of Egypt more than any other country in Africa, ancient or modern?
Well, to that, I'll take a stab at that first. Egypt, in the context of all African cultures, is a must have or must investigate type of situation. Reason being is because of what Egypt represents and what it accomplished. And the only way you'll know what Egypt represents and what it did accomplish is if you study it. So it's kind of like a catch-22, or it's kind of like this feedback loop. Because if you're ignorant of Egypt, then you're not going to know how important it is. And in order to know how important it is, you got to look into it. So you can't ask it's a hard thing to ask the question before even probing it. So,
But I'm
so
sure.
what?
I'm
So
sure. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying. So the best approach is to survey those who have put in the work prior to you, not you, but whoever, right? And so Egypt is Africa's classical civilization, almost on par or equivalent to, similar to Greek being Europe's classical civilization. And there's a lot of things in Egypt, if we use it as a reference, and the key word is reference, as a resource, not a reference, then studying Egypt can provide some applicable and utilities for people here and now, just like any other culture. So in terms of grading it, in terms of value or high of importance, which is what your question is asking about, because you said study Egypt more than any other culture. I think that as a people, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So every single person don't have to study all cultures on the continent of Africa. But if we get pockets of people researching the various cultures on continent of Africa and then compare notes. So those people who dive into Egypt, let them study Egypt. Those people who dive into Dogon, let them study Dogon, Yoruba, Akan, etc., Kikongo, all these different cultures from antiquity up until today. All of us, we don't have to all do the same thing, but let us specialize in the variations and then come together and compare notes. And that's the best move. That way, it'll avoid the argument of which one is better than the other and this and that, because you can't even make that assessment until after you can't make that conclusion until after you make the full assessment anyway. So my focus is ancient Egypt. So that's my that's my area of focus and everything like that. But I respect anybody who study any other culture, any on the continent or off. I just say let's compare notes. That's it.
Yeah, you would ask that question if it was necessary to actually designate or tell people or have the authority to tell people what to study, because at the end of the day, that question should be a personal or individual question, because you can't say which one is better for us, in that sense, because people are not being told to go like, okay, now we need all African Americans to go study X. Or and then in 10 years we need African Americans to go study Y. Like that's an individual assessment that a personal assessment you need to make on an individual basis, because there's the reasons are very personalized as to why Jehudi might want to learn about Akan culture, and Imiket might want to learn about ancient Egyptian culture, and Ujao might want to learn about the Vikings and things of that nature. So that's very personal. So there is no one fit all or one that everybody or a specific group of people need to study.
Yeah, so I hope you understand that, though. And we got to stop looking at it so so small like that. Like it's a or instead of an and. Like instead of putting or, like study this or that, we should put and in there instead. Say, study this and study that in terms of a collective. But now individual, it's hard to study multiple things at once because of the time and the investment you have to put into it to really do a thorough job. So that's why what scholars do today is that it's more respect on a multidisciplinary approach where scholars of different fields will come together and compare notes. So you got linguists that will get together with cultural anthropologists or like archaeologists. Archaeologists will get together with Egyptologists, philologists, historical comparative linguists, and so on and so forth. They'll get together and inform each other of their areas of information, and that is the way to go. That's the way to go. So I wouldn't say, but go ahead.
Yeah, because maybe it's just me and having my own interpretations in my head, but I think this whole kind of conversation has always been about Black people in America and this identity crisis that they're going through. And you can see my name is American Dream, and the reason that is because I guess I've always wanted to kind of step into that conversation and just add that I think that it's important for Black people living in America to be Americans. That, like, I'm not concerned with what they're studying. If they want to study about Egypt, that's fine. But in terms of a national identity, I think national identity is very important. And I think that Black people living in America should be proud of their national identity, which is American. And I think that that's what they should be first. And I think, I think that the people in this country that have been most successful are the ones who came and were willing to adopt the American culture and take on that national identity and weren't afraid of giving up their homeland and taking on this new. So I think that it kind of the main thing I would want to say is because I do think that a part of the reason that the Israelites are doing their thing and that the Moors are doing their thing and that some people who promote Kemet, I think the main reason they're doing it, or a part of the reason they do it, is to take Black people away from being American and to say and as if being American is beneath them or it prevents them from growing. But I think that the fact that we actually live in the nation, like, I think that's really important. The fact that we live in this nation means that that's the identity, or at least the national identity that we should take on. And I think anything less is going to be a kind of like a hindrance.
Hey, yeah, you said a mouthful, and I agree. And I don't know if you're familiar with our live streams or the channel, because we focus on Egypt and everything, but on those kinds of topics, we say I say the same thing, and even recent conversations, because the identity of the Egyptians became a topic as kind of spinoffs from that focus topic. We get into what you just mentioned, and I don't know if you were tuned in earlier, but I said that under the umbrella of identity, you have multiple layers, and I did a whole presentation on this. And usually, so if we were to start with the let me just do something real quick. I always kind of stay ready. I just want to, where do I have it here? Let me just show you all something. Right there. This is from my previous conversation that I had, right? I'm just gonna make it big so everybody can see it. Take this message off the screen. Okay. So identity is an umbrella thing, right? And so identity consists of multiple layers, and certain layers have action, and certain layers are just really have no function outside of being symbolic, okay, or it has no kind of real application to it, no activity. And so if I were to bring this down some because there is a level above here that I didn't include. But let me just explain what everybody's looking at on the screen real quick. Let me just add this. So we have Earth or planet. Because I'm gonna put it all the way out, and then we call it, we know our name Earth, and we would say Earthling, etc. And I don't know why I had this other column here. Take that off for a second. So here's the levels drilling down from the vague and all inclusive, and as you go down the list, it gets more distinguished and detailed and more exclusive. So on identity, all of us are members of the planet. We live on the planet Earth, and we will refer to ourselves as Earthlings for lack of a better word, right? But there's no function there. There's no function at that level. We don't function as Earthlings. Like there's nothing engaging or no intercourse around the world because we're Earthlings or whatever the case is. Now let's go down to continent. On the continental level, there's no engagement there. So for a African American, this list is for an African American. So our continent that we belong to is the continent of North America, and we refer to ourselves as North American. And this column here is for a person who lives in Kenya. All right, so just so you all, y'all can't see my cursor. I'm sorry. Okay, this column is this is the labels, and this column is the breakdown for an African American. This column is a breakdown for a person who we'll find out. Actually, let's walk down and we'll find out. But these are two different people, person A, person B. All right, and I should have that on the screen. Person A and person B. And I know I'm not trying to take too much time to make this all out right now live, but person A, I don't know, because I think I got OCD in that way. Whatever the equivalent OCD is, because I can't stand when stuff is not organized and neat and right as I'm doing it. Anyway, so we got person A and person B, right? So we're gonna walk down this list. So on a planet, on a level of planet, person A is on the planet Earth, and they would be an Earthling. And person B would be an Earthling. Both of them would be identical. I mean, there's no distinction here between the two people so far, because both of them they live on the planet. They're Earthlings. Continent. There's a distinction made. Person B is domiciled on the continent of Africa. Therefore, they would be called an African. Person A is domiciled on in North America, so they'd be called North American. But at the level of continent, there's no intercourse. There's no intercourse at that level. All right. There's no intercourse. It's just to claim a continent is just to claim a continent. There's several continents on the planet Earth. Some continents have more resources than others, et cetera, et cetera. All right. Now we get to the level of country or nationality. Person A is, now we say American, but it's really a United States of America. United States of American. And then person B is a member of the country Kenya. So their nationality be Kenyan, and this person A's nationality would be American. All right, this is just how we say it. Then we go to the level. Now, at this level is where you begin to have activity. This is where the party starts. At the national level, if you are a member of a nation in the world stage, this is where engagement takes place. And so nationality is very, very important in life, just living here in the world, because it is at this level, which is 3 levels, the third level down now, where actions take place, activity takes place. Now we go to the level of race. Person A is considered or identifies as black. Person B would be considered or self-identifies as black as well. On this level, this is the pseudo level, pseudo scientific level, where because people use it as a proxy for categorizing groups of people. And it's at this level. This level is used in a negative. This level is leveraged and used and used as a tool to take the advantage of on this level here. Then you get to the level of ethnicity, where the person A is an African American. I have Nuwak here because Brother Ngozi had proposed that name. But this level of ethnicity. So person A is an African American. Person B is Luo. They live in Kenya. The African American live in the United States of America. And then below that level, we would have clans. Now, in Kenya, a Luo ethnic group will have several clans, and this is the name of one, Uginya. And I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly, but that's a clan among the Luo. And among African American ethnicity, we have, and I put in quotes, gangs, because we have, people that will claim membership of subgroups, although collectively be African American, and that would be considered a clan or a tribe. All right, and so I'm showing this to speak to the comments that you were making, American Dream, that nationality is important, and so claiming to be African does nothing for us in terms of any engagement, and then claiming to be something other than what you actually are forces that claim to be just a symbolic thing because you can't act on it. So whether African Americans believe they're ancient Egyptians or claim to be ancient Egyptians, it's a fruitless claim. It's an empty claim. It's just words because there's no action there. So people are willing to forsake their American nationality where they can actually engage in intercourse among other people. They're willing to push that to a side to claim something that only serves as a symbolic or novelty feel-good gesture. And that's what people have to get away.
Yeah, I've suggested that it's kind of like a religious belief, if you will. It's a religious position to take.
Well, yeah, I don't say religious because everybody has religion and religion is important, but I do say that it's not engaging. And if we're going to make any progress or engagement, we have to understand these things, understand these layers. So
yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the idea I'm trying to bring by saying religious. That I think what the words you're using are better words to use. So thanks for that.
Well, I mean, but I hope everybody gets what I'm saying because this is a touchy subject. Because when every time I bring this up, it's not in a it's not the topic of discussion. So usually when I bring this up, it's usually as a result of a question, and we'll just I'll just mention it in passing, and people may misunderstand the things that I'm saying related to this, and then you have people who just don't have any understanding, like they don't have a clue to or they we hate Europeans so much that identifying as an American rubs them the wrong way. And they be like, well, nah, I'm not, I'm not American. Like, well, but you are, when you leave the country and you travel as an American. Your passport will definitely, your nationality on your passport will say United States of America on it. So whether you like it or not, you are definitely acting and benefiting from it. Like you actually engage things by way of it. And we just got to be real about that. And African Americans, see, I'm an African American. And I know that my immediate family and lineage, my family helped build this country. Among other families like mine, we built this country. So I'm a descendant of those who built this country. And so for us to ignore that while living here, while being under the environmental, social pressures of here, to reach back or reach out and go to another continent in mind and everything like that, where we don't live and under any of those social situations, pressures, whatever the case is, or government entities, is to me crazy. And so
And
we have to get that.
even so, I just want to say, like, isn't it? I mean, don't we get the point that America, to say that Europe, I mean, America is a European culture. I mean, I don't know if anybody still remember that. America claimed its independence to be its own country. So it's not even connected to the concept of Europe to even be associated with Europe. So you got to understand that America is its own entity as well, instead
Yeah,
of saying
United.
that it's culture.
Yeah, and this is another thing. The American culture itself is a result of a mixture of cultures. So the American culture is a slightly different than how we would look at other cultures,
Yeah,
and
I
and,
want
and,
to.
and people have to
I'll
understand
mention
that.
that too. Like, yeah, we have it's a whole lot of cultures from Mexico, Canada, uh, Germany, and the Caribbean as well.
Right. Like if we had to look at American culture as a whole, it's an amalgamation of input, and it's a result of that. So it is a distinct culture. American culture is a distinct culture, but it became that way because of an amalgamation of different elements and things like that, that make it what it is. American culture. But so let me just get through a couple of these comments on the chat, because I always like to make sure that people understand what I'm saying, don't misconstrue anything, or if people make good points in the chat. I want to remind everybody that the panel link is in the chat. So if you want to be heard immediately or whatever the case is, click the link, because preference is given to anyone who comes on a panel before anything in the chat is addressed. So I'm just that's the preference. All right. But we have Hassan. Peace to you, Hassan. He says, so a European man or woman who have totally immersed themselves into a particular African culture, language, and religion for about 2 generations will be considered as African. And based on everything that's been mentioned so far, the answer is yes, they can be. They would be considered African. One, because remember, what defines an African? African is it needs Africa. The word African, the whole concept. It needs the continent, right? So African and Africa are directly related. You can't separate that. So what does it mean to be an African? And it is somebody who is either from or is domiciled or lives on the continent of Africa. And it's a huge continent. So everybody who lives in Africa right now are African in that sense. Because remember, Africa is a place. It's a geographical, it's an entity, it's a landmass. Anybody who lives there and is domiciled there and has a residency there, whatever the case is by that means an African. But see, when people use African in discussions, they're not talking about it in that limited way that I just described. They're actually implying, without saying, they're implying phenotype, genotype, and look how they look and everything else in the conversation. And this is the problem. This is what I'm saying is part of the problem. We have to start speaking correctly. We have to get used to the proper way of using these words and the concepts behind them and the nomenclature. And we have to respect that any field of study or discourse has a nomenclature that unambiguates words and concepts. If there's such word, unambiguate, disambiguate, or it removes the ambiguity of these things. And that's how these disciplines approach. So like if you go into chemistry or biology or physics, there's a certain, or even a law, if you're a lawyer, there's certain nomenclature that's used that removes ambiguity of words. They have specialty words. And so we have to start doing that in these conversations. Because if we don't, we're gonna be all over the place. So like South Africans, and that's like a biggest topic on the brother's question right here. Like, are South Africans African? Yes. They're on the continent of Africa. And they've been there for a minute now. They're African. But when people ask that, they're really not asking that. They're really asking, well, are they black? Or do they have a certain phenotype? And it's like, you can answer that yourself. Those kind of questions. So we're really, really mixed and confused on that by not using these things properly. And so that's what I'm gonna push and promote until the wheels fall off. So when people ask these kind of questions, so Hassan, my answer to you is that yes, if they live there and they do that, and I did a social experiment with that. If y'all remember, I had a picture of two people, and prior to me showing the image, I gave a description of the person, not how they look, but I gave a description of who they are, of two different people. And I did this on Facebook, and I did this live. This was like 2 or 3 years ago. And the results, I did it. It was a huge, it was a long running experiment I did. And based on the information, the feedback I got, it was very, very telling, And I don't know if y'all want me to share that with you all today, but I'm gonna kind of go down the comments, but I'll come back to this because I don't want to miss anything by dwelling on that. So let me just go down. So Hassan, let me come back and share something else with you on that point. These facts and hate to be a class clown, but yes, culture is more important than anything. Yep, true. And I'm trying to get to the questions, not because I know that people are making regular general comments in the chat, so I'm not going to display everything. Yoruba and Igbo are essentially the same people, only a different tribe. Well, Desharab saying you're saying what I said somewhat. Yoruba and Igbo are not the same people. Now, when you say essentially, we can only take that and be accurate with it by saying, from the same genetic pool. And see, that comment illustrates my point earlier, is that we tend to try to define people using the wrong tools. Because if we want to get real technical, all humans are essentially the same people. How about those apples? All right. And see, I don't think people really realize what's being said or what they're saying. Logic is at play here. All human beings are essentially the same people. Homo sapiens sapiens, we are essentially the same people. So we got to describe things in a better way. We're all essentially the same people. That's why we call ourselves humans. That's why it doesn't matter your phenotype or what we like to argue about. All Homo sapiens sapiens can successfully produce offspring. We are of the same species. Essentially, we are the same. All right. Let's see. What else we have? I'm trying to go down the list.
Hey, thanks for your time, Ujawu. I'm gonna break out. Be good, bro.
All right. Peace. Appreciate you coming through. Room for debate. The Nubians adopted the Egyptian script. They never had their own script until Maradic script. Okay. Yep. Now I don't use the word. I'm pushing that we need to stop using the word Nubian because it is very problematic when trying to describe the reality on the ground with all of this historical information. The word Nubian and how it's used is very, very problematic. But I agree with the statement because I know what you're talking about. Desharab says Brooklyn Museum says they from the foothills of Tanetter, and their source is the Remich themselves. Have no idea what you're speaking about, Deshrab. Deshrab, you need to click the link and maybe you could share your screen and show us what you're talking about from the Brooklyn Museum. All right. What else we got going on? Any other questions? Room for Debate says, I have read the first book, Ancient Egypt, in its African context. I see no new info in the book. It's pretty much rehash old info. Yeah, it's a good summary. See, a lot of times, what has to happen is what's called a survey of the accumulation of data and a collection. And so books like that are necessary. So everything is not always going to be new or newly add-on information, but every now and then, because of various different works happening over a period of time, every now and then some people have to be like, all right, well, let's take a snapshot. Let's consolidate the data and give a summary and give the citations and references to the actual detailed portions of the work. But let's create a survey type of work, and that's done. And that's really what that book does. It gives a nice flowing conveyance of a summary of the information. Ancient Egypt in its African context. All right, but there's a series. There's 10 books in all. 9 are available now. Get them all. Get them all, because a lot of it is repeated, but sometimes they treat the information as well. All right, but that's part of it. Next one, Majaya Bobab says the Maasai were in Egypt too. Maasai's. I'm assuming you're talking about the Maasai people from Kenya. If that's what you're saying, maybe you can explain that further. Let's see. Andrew G. DNA from a bird's eye view. Make a set of people Homo sapiens sapien. Okay. Some though are not and have Neanderthal DNA. Closest from the bird's eye view, culture differentiates us. Yes, culture definitely differentiates humanity. We're dissected and categorized based on culture, which is what it is. But yeah, we are Homo sapiens sapiens. When you say some though are not, that's not true. People with Neanderthal DNA are still the same species as people who have little or none. That's why we can have children and reproduce. You know, you go to 23andMe, you see a certain percentage of their database has Neanderthal DNA, but some people in their database don't. But if they were to marry and mate and have children, they can have children. So the same species. So we have to we have to understand that. Asamatep, peace. You can erase a people by their chin shape. You can tell a race of people by their chin shape. All right. Let's see. What else we got? What else we got going on? All right. We have another comment. My ancestors, according to my DNA results, are from West and Central Africa. All right. Yeah, that's good. But let's add to that, right? Okay, here's the best way to word things when it comes to these ancestry test results that people get back, right? And I know plenty of people who have gone through 23andMe, Ancestry.com, AfricanAncestry.com, MyHeritage DNA, FTDNA, Family Tree DNA, all these different companies. And I've done it. And I've seen people share their results online, the percentages and things like that. But whenever I engage in conversations about it, I notice that a lot of people don't take the time to read through the literature of the website or the company and everything, and how to, interpret the results and stuff like that. And so the best way to word the results that you get Whenever you see the percentage, you have to understand that is dealing with admixture, or AKA autosomes. Those are the parts of your DNA results that are involved with recombination, where you get portions from your your two parents, your maternal and paternal parents. Excuse me, your mother and father. Yeah, your mother and father. So, the correct way to word that is that your whatever percentage it is, for example, you share that percentage of DNA with the modern region and population that company has designated in their database. That's really what it's telling you. So, and I've gone through this before, but what you should do, this is for everybody. Whatever DNA company that you went to and had a test done, go back to that company's website and look up their resource database, their reference database of their DNA samples that they compare you to, and take note of how they distinguish the groupings and where the demarcation lines are. And that's one. Two, look at how many samples they have in each category. So, for example, and I did this before, and maybe I could find it quickly and share it with y'all. If we were to go to 23andMe, I'm gonna show you an example while we're on this topic, and this may help some people out. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Let's see, how can I do it fast as possible? All right, let's just do this. Give me a moment. I'm gonna pull this up. Matter of fact, let me share my screen. We just pull it up live, right? I mean, pull it up live. I mean, I'll do it live. I'm just gonna show y'all, what you all could do. So let me share my screen here. Right now, you all are seeing, or you should be able to see, LeBron James, right? This is what I was using before. Let me take your message off the screen. So Noah Blue, I'm speaking to you, but I'm speaking to everybody. Hopefully, this will help everybody out. But I'm gonna look this up together. So I'm gonna go to 23andMe. But I'm gonna type reference panel. Let's see what pulls up. Upload your raw DNA. Here it is. 23andMe reference population and regions. So can y'all see that? Yeah. So notice that it says 23andMe reference populations and regions. The Ancestry Composition Report uses two types of reference populations to uncover your ancestry. Now, mind you, this is 23andMe website, and a lot of people I talk to who have used them, they've never read this page to even know, like, how do they come up with the results. So anyway, hopefully this will help you all out, right? I'm not gonna read the whole page. I just want to show you all something. So it uses two types of reference populations to uncover your ancestry. One, regional populations that represent ancestry from several hundred years ago. And then two, country populations that represent more recent ancestor locations. All right, so those are the two reference populations. All right, but now it says our regional populations are based on reference data sets representing 45 populations. So what that's saying is that 23andMe has taken all of their samples from wherever they got them from, and they have categorized them into 45 categories. It goes on to say, when selecting these 45 reference populations, we attempted to make the population or geographic region represented by each data set as small as possible. We experimented with different groupings of country level populations to find combinations that we could distinguish between them. So they're telling you what their challenges were, that they had to make 45 distinguished groups. There were some populations that are inherently difficult to tell apart. All right. Typically because the people in those regions mixed throughout history or have a shared history, or we might not have had enough data to tell them apart. So they're telling you right there that their demarcation and separation of these 45 groups or population groups, genetic population groups, some of them were difficult. And I have to reemphasize that when this web page or whatever mentions populations, they're talking about genetic populations, not cultural populations or any of that kind of stuff. Genetic populations that I mentioned earlier. It goes on, it says, as we obtain more data, population will become easier to distinguish, and we will be able to report on more populations in the ancestry composition report. And it's because of this last sentence, which is why those of you who took your 23andMe test, you may get updates every now and then where your composition may change slightly because they're constantly adding to their data. But what I want to get to, so I read that, but I want to get to is to show you the actual data. So they break it up, the global population, into larger regions. They got one large region called European, then we got Central and South Asian, East Asian and Native American, Sub-Saharan African, Western Asian and North African, Malaysian, and then unassigned. Now, what I want to show you all, though, let's see. Let's click on data sets. I want to show you all what the numbers are. And I got here last time. I'm just trying to find it. Here we go. Is it? Population? No, that's not it. Where were the numbers? They had a database. And I think I'm scrolling too fast. I got to take my time. You got questions? Nope. For customer previous platforms? Nope. There was a link that was available that actually shows you their, here we go. Right here. Let me make this big. So it says defining ancestry populations. Number one, the data sets themselves, right? The ancestry composition algorithm calculates your ancestry by comparing your genome to the genomes of people whose ancestry we already know. To make this work, we need a lot of reference data. Our reference data sets include genotypes from 14,437 people. That's it. Out of the almost 8 billion people on the planet Earth right now, 23andMe is only comparing your genome to 14,437. I don't know if you all knew that. Well, now you do. They have a data reference set of only 14,437. And I'm saying only because now in genetic terms, that's a very low number relative to any population. Like that's the size of a city. That's it. One city. 14,000 people, one city. It goes on, who were chosen generally to reflect populations that existed before transcontinental travel and migration were common, which was at least 500 years ago. Okay? However, because different parts of the world have their own unique demographic histories, some ancestry composition results may reflect ancestry from a much broader time window than the past 500 years. All right. So now I want to show you the breakdown. And where is that link? That was a data set. It doesn't show the breakdown. I don't want to take too much time. I don't want to take too much time. Yeah, I don't see it fast enough. But I was going to show you the actual breakdown. Like those 14,000, where's the number at? Those 14,000 people they have in the database, that's who you're being compared to. Your genome will be compared to. So anyway, I don't want to dwell on this too long unless y'all want to know more. But the point I'm making is to just address how we should better discuss this when we talk about our own ancestry and stuff like that. The way it's best worded is that whatever percentage you get in your ancestry composition, we need to understand that that percentage of your DNA is shared by the region and population that whatever company you went with in their database, that's who you share that much of your DNA with. But see, and the reason why I say that is because people are saying that I come from so and so, and they ignore all the other percentages. So if you're 70%, if 70% of your DNA is shared by the African regions on 23andMe, and 30% of your DNA is shared by the European regions in their database on 23andMe, then guess what? You're also European then. But people ignore that and just say, well, I'm African, I'm sub-Saharan African, or whatever the case is. And they don't do anything to reflect their European heritage. You know, and I tease people. I'm like, you know, I don't see you with your Lucky Charms and four-leaf clovers and stuff, even though you got Irish ancestry in your makeup. You know, you share Irish ancestry, or you share British ancestry, or you share Scandinavian ancestry, or whatever the case is. I don't see you representing Ragnarok. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever the Vikings, you know what I'm saying? I don't see you, you know, wearing Viking helmets or got Viking helmets up in the house somewhere, whatever the case is. You know, so anyway, I'm just saying we got to get better at doing that. Anyway, I'm not going to try to dwell on that all too much.
I just wanted to say real quick that that data set that they have for the 14,000, that's actually 0.000018% of the global population.
Yeah. And you know, people got to understand how that works. I was trying to find a breakdown because I had it before. We you know, I had a discussion, and I believe, or you know what, I think it was from, let me see if this is it. I think it was from ancestry.com where I actually saw the breakdown. Yeah, let me show that. I'm sorry, let me show that to y'all. Give me one hot second. And then we can move on. I just want to show this. Hopefully this will help somebody out. Now, anybody knows me, I'm fascinated with genealogy and DNA things, just on my personal pursuit of my family tree and stuff like that. I won't bore y'all with all the details of that. But and I don't see it. I thought I had a bookmark. So yeah, I'll just come back to that. Yep, I thought I had a bookmark. But I don't. Okay, so we move on. I thought ancestry.com. I had to pull it up. I should have bookmarked it, but I didn't. Thought I did. All right, so I'm going down the list. Let's see. Who is this? This is Ramasu. Most of us have taken multiple DNA tests and know the slave trade areas of West Africa. It seems the Egyptian haters are confused. Not quite sure where to go with that comment. But yeah, a lot of people should take multiple DNA. If you're into that, don't just do one company, because every company has their own different data set and they divide it differently. So because I remember people was like, oh, no, it's a hoax. That stuff ain't true because, man, I had 23andMe test results and my ancestry.com results. They're different. And how can it be different when I'm the same person? And that clearly shows they don't understand how their results came about and what the methods and procedures were, you know? All right, I'm trying to get through this, y'all. Let's see. Teddy. Oh, I see we got James on the panel. Hotep, James. I'm just trying to get through a couple of these chat things and then, you know, pass the mic around.
All right, peace.
All right. Okay, peace to you. So let me just get through a couple of these. I'm trying to catch up. People always asking crazy questions about what culture that ninja studying. Okay. Greekology says I'm a mixture between Greek and Western African. All right. See, you know, it'll you know, I'm confident it'll get better as we push, but we need to describe these things a little better, you know. Like I was saying, that was my point. our DNA. We got to know what these things mean, because we're not that. What we are is based on the outward expression and the membership that we belong to. That's how the world operates. That's how we operate and actually engage in the world. Because I can say that I'm Superman or that I'm a Martian, but it means nothing when you get to the engagement of your fellow human beings on a planet that we all share, and this and that. International intercourse, commerce. Let's see, Philitis, I'm just trying to get through. So they supported their homeland. You see people coming here, setting up shop and working and sending money back to the people all the time. What I will say to that though is there are cases everywhere around the world where the closer you are to something, the less you're able to see it. And so you know how when you get too close to something, you can't see it. And so it usually takes an outside perspective to see something that's right in front of you, though. And so I say that because in America, we're African Americans living in America. And then you have people from other countries that will come from another country into America and go through the red tape of getting citizenship and becoming a citizen of the United States and seem to prosper or do better than those of us, for example, African Americans who are already here. And then by that happening, a stereotype or stigma emerges, and where it says, okay, African Americans must be lazy. Y'all don't know how good y'all have it, but y'all not taking advantage of it. Where these foreign people who are from foreign countries can come here and succeed and be successful on a more rapid rate of success than people who are already here, such as African Americans. And I attribute that to a couple of things, but one that I'll mention is the fact that people who are coming from a foreign nation into America, they have a better understanding of the things I mentioned earlier in this conversation, which is the layers of engagement of nationality. They know the importance of a membership of a nationality. They understand the structure of that. And so they engage things through that, whereas African Americans, for the most part, we don't. We are non-participants in that. We don't like to vote. We think voting is a pre-planned scheme. We think presidents are already pre-planned, like the voting is just for fun and just a show or whatever. So we don't get involved in politics, local, state, or federal level. Now, I'm not saying for everybody, so my comments is not directed for everybody, but I'm saying the collective, the sentiment is that, why vote? The whole system is against us. That's not us, this, that, and the third. We don't get involved with stuff like that. We don't even see the importance of our nationality as United States citizens or Americans. We're hard pressed trying to be a continent, African, and we're trying to stop and convert to a culture that's practiced on the continent, where so much so that we're negating any focus, any progressive type focus on what's here, right here in front of us right now. And so we're always approaching things from a reactionary standpoint than being proactive by engaging it. And so what I'm saying is that people who come from a foreign country over here to America, see, they already got that homework already in them. And they come here for opportunity. See, because when people come here, they're already on the page of, I'm coming here for the opportunities. People come from the South America, the Caribbeans, and stuff like that. They're coming to America for a reason. Like people, vice versa. People go to Cuba.
Hold on, Wu Joe. They only come here because the value of the currency here in America. They don't come here because they love America.
No, but I never said that. So why
No,
why?
because the reason why people come to places is based on the value of the currency that, as opposed to where they come from. If
Yeah,
if
but
the
I
currency was flipped around to where Africa had the richest currency, everybody would be going to Africa. That's how this works. But let me go ahead and let you continue.
no, but actually that your last statement is what I'm saying. I just now said people are coming here already on the page of making something happen. They're coming here for an opportunity. And never once did I say they're coming here because they love America. As far as the culture or whatever the case is, that never came out of my mouth. So that was you kind of confused me by saying that. But your last statement is what I'm saying. I'm saying people from foreign countries come to America already under the strategy of I'm coming to America to take advantage of the opportunities in America. And what I was going to say is like vice versa. People go to Cuba, for example, to take advantage of the medical education, the healthcare system, and schooling that Cuba offers, and so on and so forth. Not that they love Cuba or the culture per se, but they're going there for opportunities. So I'm saying it's always a foreign entity or outsider that will take advantage of something that you have right in your backyard, because humans tend by nature tend to not be able to see the forest for the trees because it's so close to us. It's like playing chess. You're sitting there at the chessboard battling your opponent, but people who stand around you, they're seeing moves that you don't see because you're sitting too close to the board. They may see some moves that you don't see. And I know when I used to play chess, I used to get mad when people try to help somebody out. I'll be like, oh man, I'll be like, nah, be quiet. Unless you sit in this seat, don't say nothing. I used to get mad playing chess. I used to play chess and speed chess. But anyway, my point though is that as African Americans, we have gained this stigma of being lazy and not taking advantage of opportunities here. In the meanwhile, foreigners can come here and take advantage. Now I don't want to oversimplify that, because there's a lot of things at work that create that. So I don't want anybody to misconstrue or think I'm oversimplifying or whatever. It's just for the sake of making my point, is that one of the elements is because from a foreign perspective, people coming here, they're already on that page. Like they're already on 10 when they get here. When they touch down, they like already looking for the opportunities. They're already looking for the organizations, the institutions, the benefits and things like that. They're already looking at grants, programs, business loans, business credit, how to get an I-10 number, EIN number, and this and that. They already on that. They already, as soon as they touch down, they're like, boy, I'm great. I'm trying to plug in. Whereas we grew up here, and because they don't emphasize that in grade school, K through 12, we like la 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 li da. You know what I'm saying? What my next favorite track to listen to, or my favorite entertainment to watch and stuff like that. Where other people, they're like, man, I'm trying to get busy. Bring my other family on over here. Anyway, so that's that. So we got a song on here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that people shouldn't take it a different way, because that actually applies to a lot of places. Like you said, when you're close to something, that happens to people who move, like even in European countries and things of that nature. Even in African countries, I know in Kenya, we have, because in Africa also now, it's open borders, so you have different African people from other African nations moving to different countries. I know in Kenya, people from Nigeria might come in and they get on their feet real fast, but that because they already know what they're coming for. It's a different thing when you have fresh eyes looking at something, as opposed to somebody who's been just in that area. That's always a given.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what you got in your background. I saw watching Channel 20 Kung Fu Action Theater, boy.
Okay,
Sorry,
let
what's
me
good? Oh,
let me
go ahead,
I
James. Go
had
ahead, James.
it was something that I wanted to discuss right here with the DNA thing now. I was going to share my screen and just read what they say in regards to hold on.
All right, go for it. You can share your
Yeah,
screen.
you said hold on. Let me make sure I got this. See, because I got so many tabs, but I have to read which one it is first. Hold on. What is the
Yeah.
title of that? What's
All
the
right.
title of it?
Why you get it? As soon as you get it,
Okay,
go
hold on.
for it. But
I got it
why
right here.
you got it? Okay.
It says the population of history. I wonder if it's down here. Yeah, go ahead until I pull it up. Oh, well, here it is right here.
Okay. I mean, take your time. Take your time, man. We just chilling. Friday,
Okay,
Kemet
so
and chill.
check this out. When it goes down to the okay, what did let me
Wait.
go
You
to the
got hold
top.
up. You got to share
This
first.
is it's not sharing?
There you go. There you go. Nah, I got you. I got you covered. There you go. Go for it.
Okay, it says population history of Egypt, right? So this is Wikipedia, but I'm gonna go down here to where it says the DNA studies, right?
Yeah.
Now, can y'all see this?
Yep. Can you do this though? Can you I don't know if you're on a Mac or Windows, but can you increase the can you zoom in?
Hold on. Let me see.
It should be at the it should be if you're looking at it through a browser, it should be at the top. Click on view and then
No,
increase the zoom.
is it on?
At the,
Okay, let me go back to the port I wanted to. Hold on, let me see if I can zoom in.
yeah, it should be at the top of your menu of the menu
Is that
of your
doing it?
browser. Did do it
Is it
again?
zoomed in now?
Do it again?
One more time?
Oh no, I don't see anything moving. You gotta on the Windows, I think it's was it control
Yeah,
plus
it's a
sign?
Control Plus. I already did that. I made it bigger. Maybe I'm on the wrong window. Hold on.
Or are you on like a laptop or are you on
I'm
a
on a
computer?
desktop. I'm on a desktop. You
And
hit
does
Control.
your mouse have the wheel on it?
Yeah.
Press Control Alt at the same time and move your mouse up and down and see if that helps.
Damn, hold on, man. See, there y'all go with this technology type. Hold on. So you said
Man,
Control Alt and then
Correct.
do it.
And then
James
the
James about to
wheel on
set
your
his
mouse
house on
makes
fire.
Hold on. Let me make sure I'm on. But y'all done threw me. Okay, hold on. Because what I'm seeing is big. Hold on. I
You
wonder,
must
do
be
I
in a
need to?
different window. I'm seeing DNA studies and it's still small, but I'm just trying to make it bigger so we can
Hold on.
all
Let me
read
make
it.
sure. Let me make sure because I got a bunch of tabs open, so I may be on a different window.
Yeah,
On our
you may
screen,
have shared
it's
a particular tab. If you shared a single tab, then no matter what tab you go to, it's not going to show us on our
So
screen.
wait. So let me stop sharing.
yeah.
Right, and then maybe if I reshare it at the size that it's at now, it'll
Okay,
show it the
try.
size that.
All right, try that. Process
Okay.
elimination. Troubleshooting 101. There you go.
Okay, what
And
do
then
y'all
try.
see now?
Hold up.
Is it bigger?
Nope. I mean, we can read it. I was just trying to make sure that everybody can see it. It'd be good if you can blow it up, but if you
Well,
can't,
only thing they have to do is go to Wikipedia and type in the population history of Egypt. And then they'll be able. So if you go play it back, you'll be able to go and see what I'm reading here.
all right, you
But
can go
this is the
for it.
DNA. This is the DNA study that's kind of problematic for Ngozi because they're telling everything that's going on here. So let me get. It says contamination from handling the intrusions from microbes create obstacles to the recovery of the ancient DNA. It says, consequently, most DNA studies have been carried out in modern Egyptian populations with the intent of learning about the influence of historical migration on the population of Egypt. So they're talking here about, what is from what I gather right here, it's saying they did this study to try to see what the influence of the migration patterns, right? So they're saying that it's a possibility that through intermixing this DNA can fluctuate up and down, based on DNA migration. But anyway, let me continue. It says, however, DNA grouping methods and classification have extracted criticism in the view of some scholars for excluding data of African population. So what does that say? This is the study that they have now. So they're saying that based on the study that they're doing, or what they've concluded as of today, that they have excluded the African population in the study, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
it says
okay, go ahead.
It says blood typing and DNA sampling on ancient Egyptian mummies is scant, meaning very few. However, a study published in 1982 found that blood typing of dynastic mummies found ABO frequency to be more most similar to primarily modern Egyptians. So they're saying this ABO blood type is most frequent to what the modern Egyptians have, right? It says some also to the northern Heredian. Now, see, these people are located, from what I looked at, they have tribes all the way in Morocco now. This population here, I want to see, I don't want to pull that up. But can y'all see where when I put my cursor over, can y'all see the picture of this woman?
Let me put it back on yours, because I had brought it up and made it bigger so people could, but I forgot that you point things out. So let me just take mine off. Sorry about that, and get yours back going. All right, there you go.
Y'all see that? Y'all see the picture of the person here?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a Haritian or Haritan person, and then it says are a North African ethnic group native to Western and Sahel and southwestern however you pronounce that word. He said the Hadi are most found in modern Mauritania, right? Morocco, Western Sahara, and Algeria, in Tanzania and Libya. But you see how she looks.
Tunisia.
She doesn't look like the people, like an Arab person. You know what I mean? So let me continue on. It says ABO blood type group distributed shows that the Egyptians form a sister group in the North African population. It says Egyptologists David O'Connor and Andrew Reed both anticipate that it seems very likely, however, that the majority of the ancient Egyptians will eventually be shown to be genetically closer related to some populations in other parts of Africa. So they saying eventually, when they do everything, that it's going to show that they're most closely related to some other mysterious. Well, I'm not going to say mysterious, but some other grouping based on compared to what the ABO blood type is showing. Am I missing something here, or am I reading this what I'm reading correctly?
You're reading this incorrectly.
So,
the Egyptians were
so
white.
when you read that last paragraph, where it says Egyptology, David O'Connor.
Nah, James, he playing with you.
No, I just wanted to make sure if I was reading it wrong. You know what I'm saying? So what does that say? It's saying that when they do more study, that what they're saying now is going to change, right?
As more data, I mean, usually as more they're acknowledging the limitations of their data, and they're coming with a snapshot, documentation of it, and they just acknowledging the limitations. They say this is going to change in the future. They see the trajectory of what's going to happen. They don't know exactly what, obviously, but they're just putting it out there. Yeah.
My bad. It said geographically, Egyptians is part of Africa. Genetically different groups can and do occupy different and even the same parts of any continent. But geographically, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Propinquity, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Often does promote a high degree of genetic similarities over quite vast areas. It says a study published in 2017 describes an extraction of ancient an analysis of DNA from 151 mummified ancient Egyptian individuals whose remains were recovered from, not sure how to pronounce that, but it's evidently Arabic, in Middle Egypt.
El Malek.
How you pronounce it?
Abusir El Malek. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Albert El Malek. Yeah, I can't do it. It says so. It says the scientists said that obtaining well preserved, uncontaminated DNA from mummies has been a problem for the field, and that these samples provided the first reliable data obtained from the ancient Egyptians used high throughput DNA sequencing methods. The species represented a period stretching from the late New Kingdom to the Roman era. So they're saying from the samples that they have are from the New Kingdom on our way until the Ptolemaic period, right?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so that's what this is saying.
But yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but James, just because what you're sharing, I just want to put a like anchor this into what I said earlier, is that in this entire conversation and discussions on the various platforms and in this whole internet space, DNA is the wrong tool to even bring up in the conversation to address certain questions. Now, obviously, it's appropriate for certain things, but in what we've been seeing lately, it's not even the tool to bring up. And what you're sharing is more confirmation of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm in agreement with that, because what Ngozi is doing, he's saying like all of the evidence and all the archaeology, the language, and nothing, throw that out. This DNA trumps all. That's what it seems like he's doing, because Unc read something and then he came in and did that, and it just totally put like DNA. And well, I guess the people who want to make that the argument accepted that, and I mean that's what I had a problem with, because the study shows here that this is disingenuous. That's all.
You got to understand one thing: all this stuff has been brought to his attention numerous times throughout the years. He doesn't care, and you know you'll give it 6 months. We're going to have the same conversation with the same players involved over the same information. You know, you can't make people understand certain things. And
6 hours. 6 hours.
I thought I was tripping, because see, he uses these words and it confuses you because you don't know what he's talking about. So then when I went last night and this is what I came up with, and I'm like, well, damn, you know what I'm excuse my language. I'm like, this puts it all out. It's all in this one little paragraph right here. What he's talking about, it debunks everything he's saying.
But this
is that did muddy the waters a little bit last night.
This is why you have to understand research methods. It's not about simply the data. Data can be articulated and made to say whatever you want. But unless you have an understanding of how research is done, you will be confused. So, for example, when it comes to DNA studies, you know, first of all, science is a statistical field. It is based upon observation about certain natural phenomena, but it is ultimately about statistics. It's not mathematics. It's not logic. Therefore, you can't do proofs in science. Proof is about logic and mathematics. You cannot prove anything in science. So what you have to do is have something, a series of experiments with statistical data that reflects the possibility that if we do this experiment one more time, it is going to be this percentage amount that we're going to get the same or similar results. And so when you understand that science is about statistics, the first thing that you have to ask about any kind of conclusions that people are making regarding DNA studies, well, what is the sample size? And given that you know the history of ancient Egypt to be more than 3,500 years of age, from what period are these samples being recovered from? And when you come to realize that it's about only 10, maybe 12 mummies that they've done full analysis for 3,500 years of archaeological and political history, and that most of those mummies fall way into the late New Kingdom onto the Roman period, this makes you skeptical. Not saying that DNA analysis unto itself is invaluable or not valid. It's just that the number of samples. So if you were to do a modern DNA sample study, you would need hundreds upon thousands of samples to even make an argument about the possible population, the population dynamics of a particular area. And then, of course, you're going to have to juxtapose that with what you know as far as history is concerned. And so people totally ignore standard scientific protocol and procedures when talking about ancient DNA. You're talking about the population dynamics of a place that is the center of 3 continents and whose political history stretches back to 33 to 3500 BCE on to at least 1000 something AD, right? If we include the late Roman period and the Muslim period and the like. So when you understand these things, you take it with a grain of salt. But people who are not savvy about how science works, they can easily be fooled by conversations about DNA and what that really means. Because the people who are doing DNA studies, are having these DNA conversations, don't even read Egyptian texts and don't understand that the Egyptians, at several points in their history, was complaining about foreigners coming in from Asia, flooding the area with their presence. So if you were to find some DNA of some people who are Western Asian, that's not surprising at all. So without being long-winded, it's understanding that people lack knowledge of how science works. So if you understand how science works, when you enter these conversations, you know what types of questions to ask.
Yeah, I just thought that article or that particular part of that wiki with the ancient Egypt and then they had the DNA. I thought that would be because, like I seen, that's where it shifted to. Like you said, after Unc and Reggie did what they did, they muddied up the waters, as we say, with the DNA conversation, and then with him speaking so fast and saying stuff that we don't even understand, it's like going to court with him. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like, yo, what the hell? I need a lawyer. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, to be fair, I gotta be fair to Ngozi, because Ngozi did say it was his belief, but they missed that. The panel missed when he said it's my belief. They missed that part, right. So I gotta be fair.
Yeah, but that's how people. But that's how people would do it, it's in my opinion. See, those are terms that don't need to be said. Like any comment that a person makes, the default setting is that's your opinion. So for me to say in my opinion, blah blah blah. For me to preference a statement with the phrase "in my opinion" is really unnecessary, because the default is that whatever come out my mouth is obviously going to be my opinion, and it should be the other way around. When it's not my opinion, I should make that known, like according to, boom boom boom. If I don't say according to, then the default setting should be, it's obviously my belief or my opinion. You see what I'm saying? So people that do that and point it out, it's a tactic that we learn in psychology, or when it's one of those subtle things. I'm sorry, but go ahead, James. After you do, I want to show. I found the page that I was looking for to make a point. Still on this topic too.
Okay, this is gonna be really quick. So I was on a panel with Ngozi last night, and I wanted to use a modern reference for simplification to understand things. So I used America. I said, was America in 400 to 500 years ago were Europeans in America? You see what I'm saying? So you can if you took a DNA test of America today, you would have American DNA here now. So that's what I'm saying. So I was trying, because he's trying to suppose that whatever the DNA there is right today was the DNA of ancient times. But could you say that about America? And then he shifted the goalpost and said that's different.
Yeah, anybody bringing DNA?
You wouldn't even have African American DNA on the west coast of America and California right now, maybe 400 years ago.
Well, I just read from 23andMe, they disclosed the difficulty in even them coming up with their 45 regions in their reference database. And so I want to go over Ancestry.com's thing, but I don't want to cut anybody off. I think Emiket or somebody else was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think this, on Ngozi's part, he should actually be very clear and very careful, because when you study something, when you have an expertise on something, that the part of that expertise is actually to know and understand what your expertise is where it is applicable at. So you can't use your expertise knowing fully well that the conversation you're talking about does not apply to, you can't use the tools of your expertise to discuss it, but then you still go ahead and discuss it, wow everybody, and then cap it all off with, it's just my opinion, because that's actually trickery at the end of the day, just to put it blunt, because you're letting people listen to you're letting the people listen to you like you're giving them something worthy. You're putting your input in that conversation with your expertise, and then just, it's like those in America there's a lot of those ads, the medicine ads, where they give you all the good things about the medicine, and then at the end of it you have those disclaimers that go really 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 fast and a little bit lower on the tone. So that's trickery right there. So
may cause death.
Right. All that kind of stuff. So he should actually just know that when it comes to ancient Egypt, his expertise does not apply in this particular conversation, and never really add to it, because that really muddies the water and confuses people.
But he's not a person who is an expert in that regardless. And I'm saying that in the sense that that's not like a field of study that he contributes to. We got to remember that for the most part, a lot of us who are having these conversations, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with this unto itself, is that we are a bunch of people who are interested and have a passion for the subject, but we do not contribute in any way to said subject. And however, I saw someone in the audience say, or I seen him, he says, how about when they say, I'm not an expert, but then proceed to make expert statements? And this is exactly what they do in these conversations. And it's different, if you wrote articles, wrote text, and you're making arguments for the scientific community to judge and assess, and you're doing discoveries and something like that in the field. That's different than if you are someone who is an enthusiast and just passionate about the subject. You don't know enough to argue with folks about said subject. And too many times, you know, people think that by having conversations on YouTube that this constitutes a scholarship, and it does not. And you know, we gotta look at some in many instances, we have to look at these conversations as just like radio shows. You know, these are podcasts, and it's a group of friends in the barbershop talking about any and everything, arguing with each other. But, you know, unless you contribute to the field itself and you adhere to the methods that is respected in the field, you are not a scholar in that field. You are not an expert in that field. And so this is what's problematic about a lot of these conversations. And everybody will sit here and say, I'm not an expert. This is just my opinion. But be seriously arguing with other folks about their opinion as if their opinions are in fact facts or provides context. You know, we be skipping a lot of stuff. We having agendas we don't like, folks, and this is why we argue this position and this. It's all kinds of craziness in these internet streets. And people are believing what they're doing is more than what they're doing. And
exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and see, I take it a step further myself. Like because my background in debating, on debating team, and working as a paralegal, is one thing that you should not do. And I know it's hard for the internet streets to do this, but you're not supposed to allow irrelevant things in the space of an argument. So if you're making, and plus, by the way, there's a difference between a claim and an argument. They're related, but it's different. Like a claim is usually a statement, and an argument is usually a well elaborated on set of premises to conclusions, reasonings, and things on as a basis for the claim. You know what I'm saying? So somebody had asked me that before, but you're not supposed to allow irrelevant things to come up or come into a space within an argument. And like in the court system, that's why you have rules of relevancy where one side may say something and then the other side will object to it and say irrelevant, or Your Honor, I object on a issue on the basis of relevancy. It's not relevant, because you don't want to taint the jury pool with irrelevant data, even though the data in and of itself may be good, straight, but it's not relevant to the argument or to the issue that the court is trying to adjudicate. So that's how these arguments should happen. And I'm saying that to say, because DNA and that whole conversation should not even be allowed to come into certain arguments and certain claims with the arguments. It just shouldn't be allowed to come in. But in the internet streets, for some reason, we have this notion where, everybody has an opinion, and I want to have the platform to allow everybody a voice. Everybody deserves a voice. Everybody deserves to speak. You see, and that's detriment. That's counterproductive to the way argumentation should be unfolded. And I think that people find that hard. Even when I say it, people be like, "Oh man, people don't have to always be like you, Joe, or follow your rules." I'm like, these are not my rules. These are basic fundamental rules of this kind of discourse. And if you're not from that background, of course you won't know that. But this is how stuff gets done in the world, how progress is made in arguments. Arguments are not argued just for the sake of, you know what I'm saying? But before I forget, let me I just want to share what I'm sharing so I can get this off the screen. I want to just show explain what I'm sharing because it's on the same subject. And Asar, I think, is going to illustrate what you were saying as well. So earlier I showed 23andMe, their reference data set, right? And they admitted, well, not admitted, because I don't want to make it seem like it was a secret, but they on their website they tell us that they compare your genome that they sequence when you submit your saliva. They're going to sequence your genome. Then they compare your genome with their data bank, their data set, reference data. And they say that their data set is divided into, their samples are divided into 45 categories based on geographical location and what they can ascertain as a genetic population. And they try to get it as small as possible. And they have 45 groups. But guess what? They only have 14,000 some odd samples. Only 14,000 people in their reference set. Now, Ancestry.com, as y'all can see on the screen, they have 56,500 DNA samples that they divide into 77 groups. So 23andMe has way less and less groups, whereas Ancestry.com has about 4 times as much as 23andMe, and they have 77 groups. So this alone will tell you that if you took a test from 23andMe and a test from Ancestry.com, you are definitely going to get different results, slightly different results, because they're working with a different set of data. 1, 2, a different amount, and then how they divide the samples up into their defined regions. And so what I want to show, now this is touch on something that Asar was saying when it comes, and James, when you brought up the Egyptian mummies study, is this is what 23andMe is comparing your DNA to. Let's pick something. Now, these are the regions. They got 77, right? As y'all can see on the top of the screen, these are 77 regions, and they break down.
Ancestry or 23andMe?
This is Ancestry.com.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. So this is the bigger one. So they have more. But so 20 out of the 77 regions, they're breaking down how many samples within each region, and the grand total is 56,000. Right? I highlighted. So they're in alphabetical order, but let's just pick. I'm just going to scroll to find some big numbers, right? So we got some small numbers, but I'm going to show some big numbers. So they have a defined group called Eastern Europe and Russia, and that consists of 1,454. They have a group called, look at Egypt. They have a group called Egypt. It's only 252, and so on. Look at the bigger ones. Indigenous Americas, Colombia and Venezuela, they got 3,100. And so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but here's my point. People are okay with this. People will get their DNA sequence and get the report back and then go gung-ho on Facebook and say, see, I'm 75% this and that, not even knowing this data that they're being compared to, the numbers and statistics or anything like that. But my point here is that in order for Ancestry.com to determine any portion of your DNA to be in the category of France, they're comparing it to 3,999 people. So how in the all outdoors can they come away with conclusions by only having 3 mummies for an entire Egyptian population that spanned 3,500 years? You see how this puts things in perspective? It shows you that they don't have, like, you can't come with no conclusion like that. They should have just kept all that to themselves and just kept up with the study. But what I'm showing is in your face context now. Like, in order for this company to determine if you share anything with a category called France, they needed, or they have 3,100 people samples. You see what I'm saying? And so for them to have 3 mummies, let's find the least number. I wish I could organize it. Let me just see. 53 is the lowest so far. Let's try to find something lower than that.
I saw 23. You just passed it.
Oh, I did. I guess it's 36. That's 38. You said 23, 41. Nope. I don't know.
Yeah, it was the 23 at the very top.
Oh, at the very top. Okay.
Yeah, it was
there you
the
go.
23 at the top.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, Barusho. Look.
But look at the African countries to see what I wonder what type of, if you just
name
identify those.
Okay, here's
Ethiopia.
Look at that, only 98.
Eritrea.
Yep, only 98.
Egypt, add that in there, but you gotta add that in there to be fair.
252.
But,
no, let's go.
See.
No, let's go to what most people's
results.
Ivory Coast, you just passed that. Nigeria, right there.
Yep, Ivory Coast, Ghana. Look, only 272 people. You see what I'm saying? So
Khoisan,
yeah, 38. So these results are only being compared to a minimal number. So all this stuff is in flux. You know what I'm saying?
North Africa 287.
Yep. Look at Nigeria, 569. North Africa 278, etc. So my point,
and it's 1 billion people on the continent. so that's crazy.
My point is twofold. One is that we need to understand what these reports mean when we get our tests done and stuff like that. But two, it puts it all in perspective when people want to bring up DNA when it comes to trying to identify a culture or an ethnic group. It really just kind of puts the light on it that people need to just stop playing games, and it's just not appropriate to do.
They try to go to DNA because they can't win the phenotype argument based upon the actual drawings and carvings that the people done of themselves, and they can't get past the descriptions that the Greeks and others wrote about the ancient Egyptians that they actually met. So since we can't get around that, let's try DNA. It's like they keep moving the goalposts and things. It's like, race is about phenotype. Then we can't look at phenotype now. So we can't.
Man, I thought I was crazy. Thank you, so I thought I was just me. But thank you, so we think alike.
They forget that dark skin. There's other people in the world with dark skin. All lives matter. They quick to all lives matter you when you bring up all of these things, in the discussion. All lives matter.
Hey, I just want to drop something on all of y'all.
All right,
I want to drop something on all of y'all. All this conversation did was prove to us that Kemet doesn't mean black people.
Exactly. All right, there you go, Sean. See, Sean brought it all the way back home, man. This conversation
not necessarily because here's a counter to that argument. At the time in which, let's assume that Kemet means black people.
Right.
At the time in which it was coined, it could have referred to black people. But as time goes on, the identification does not necessarily match the reality at the time. So, the word America itself referred to a particular type of people. And I know there's like two major arguments. So there's this Native American Indian scholar who argues that America was like an actual person, had nothing to do with Amerigo Vespucci, but that it was an actual people, just in the same way that Egyptos was Coptos of ancient Egypt, or Het Kapata, and then that just became the label for the entire country, although it technically only referenced a particular temple or region of that particular area. So it's possible that the name could have referred to black people, but then just over time, because of politics and history, more people came into the country. It just served then simply as a name for a country without, any kind of reference necessarily to all the people. So you got to be prepared for that argument as well.
Yeah, I'm prepared. I'm ready. I'm ready for that. So, but I think the takeaway here is that DNA, like what I had on the screen before, there's certain tools that are applicable for certain jobs, and if we look at it, that's in the real world, just in construction and doing things around the house, right? If we take that and apply it to scholarship and information, the same thing applies. You're not gonna whip out the tool of DNA to talk about, the topic of culture or ethnic populations and things like that. You're just not going to do it. Just like you're not going to whip out a screw gun if you're in open heart surgery. It's just not applicable. But a screw gun is important in its own right for the right job. When you hang in drywall, yeah, you're going to use a screw gun. So that's the same thing. And I could take a step further and say, you don't even allow it. You don't even allow those things to come up in the conversation because it muddies it up. It blurs it, and it's not good. And people do it because maybe that's their focus. Like, see, I focus on Egypt, right? So imagine somebody having a conversation about the Vikings and Ragnar and the history of the Vikings and stuff like that. And because I focus on Egypt, I come in the conversation and I'm like, yep, you know what I'm saying? Ramses II and blah, blah, blah. And I start just putting all that stuff out there and everything like that. That's disrespect. That's like muddying it up. Like I need to know where I, be aware of where I belong, like where I have some valid input at and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying as an example, that's what happens. So people have a zealous passion for something, and I get it. We want to share our knowledge, and we get excited. We want to share it, but sometimes it's not applicable. So we should be able to just chill out, be like, all right, because I don't, that's why I don't go on a bunch of channels if they're not. Notice, me personally, when Egypt comes up, for some reason, I'll get the bat signal. And you'll see me pop up, on when even a channel don't normally talk about Egypt. Like even Garfield don't talk about Egypt all the time, nearly at all. I mean, as much. But when he does, all of a sudden, Ujau is there, or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? So we got to consider all that stuff.
Yeah, it's that new toy or new dress syndrome, like where you have a new dress when you're a kid and you want to wear it everywhere. So when you learn something, you want to apply it on everything. But there's a reason why this conversation, like the DNA part, you will not find serious people studying Egyptology actually putting down the hypotheses and things of that nature. Like with the DNA, you probably find it on the newspapers, the magazines, online magazines, and then just find those particular studies in their own context outside of this discussion. Everybody else just wants to use it on in YouTube, want to use it because, like Asa said, it's just people kind of like you beat them up on one point, they want to extend their lifeline. So at this point is DNA, but we understand that when you're talking about a culture, just like everybody else, all the comparisons will come with artifacts, will come with culture, will come with the language, linguistics, and all that kind of stuff. They're tools that people use actually to find out what time it is. But DNA is just not it in this particular one.
I must be way behind on the comments. I'm sharing old comments. I'm trying to keep up with everything. So y'all know y'all probably like, man, y'all was like late. It's all outdoors. I see comments based on my thing about America. Some people think I'm ADOS and all kinds of stuff. That's like way back. So
yeah, that's when you was talking about the currency. Me and you was I jumped in when you was talking about it. I was trying to say that the currency matter and in the flow of which way people go in modern times. Like it doesn't really it doesn't. It's not really about people want to come to America. That's when they posted that. I think Smash trying to get in. So let me mute my mic. Yeah, Smash
rocking the Magi. Yeah,
I wasn't trying to say nothing. I'm just tapping in saying peace to everybody. But I definitely didn't need the floor.
Okay. Yeah, Smash. If you just tuning in, we just like a continuation of the earlier conversation and from last night, but we kind of went in different directions because it's like open. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, and plus I was like wait on the comments in the chat, but I scroll all the way at the bottom. So anybody said anything before, I missed it. So it's still
Who ready?
open. I'm letting everybody else. So
Who ready for the Tassetti debate?
hey, well, who? What?
What's the
Well,
research question?
yeah. I say what's the debate? Because I stay ready.
Sorry, you ain't ready.
I need to know what's the argument.
All right. Well, I think we might agree. I just was throwing it out, trying to get some, get some little fire going on in the stream real quick. But I ain't really got no debate. I'm just pro Tassetti. I always argue that. Obviously, y'all must agree that Tassetti was the first. Well, we know it's the first known, but the first city, and I state that to say like the homeland of the foundation of Kemet. I can't find nothing that I'll possibly find opposition to in this stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there ain't nothing to say when you say that to me.
Well, hey, I argue that the ancient Egyptians stole African culture.
All right. All right. What's mount your argument if you don't mind?
I'm sorry?
Can we hear the abstract to your argument?
All right. So this is more so for individuals who claim that ancient Egypt has nothing to do with quote unquote Black African people. Right? So these people argue that the Egyptians were not Black, they weren't white, they're Egyptians. So if they, by logic, if they had nothing to do with Africa, so remember the previous show where we was reading where the Egyptians had trade with the Africans because they keep taking Egypt out of Africa. So we're going to assume that all of that is correct, that Egypt ain't in Africa and the Egyptians had nothing to do with Africans. So now, if that is in fact the case, then there should be nothing coming out of ancient Egypt that resembles anything coming out of sub-Saharan Africa, if we're going to use that term, by any stretch of the imagination. So what I'm doing is making the argument that since that is your claim, not anyone necessarily on the panel, since that is your claim, then I charge you, ancient Egyptians, for stealing African culture. Because now they're going to have to defend the creation of these particular concepts found in Egypt, independent of sub-Saharan Africa. So this is why on my social media channels and spaces, I asked everyone to give me all of the things that you think about when you think about ancient Egypt. What are those characteristic signature things that if you was to take those away from ancient Egypt, it would no longer be ancient Egypt? So for example, if you talk about Jesus the Christ, if you take away him being the Son of God and him being able to do miracles and dying on the cross and resurrecting after the third day, etc., you take those characteristics of him away, then there's no Jesus the Christ, because those are the essential things that make him the Christ, right? According to the biblical tradition. In the same way, there are certain types of characteristics and ideas that are known for ancient Egypt, but they're claiming that the Africans had nothing to do with any of that. So if we were to do a systematic study on all those concepts, and we find them indigenously, and we can establish, because you already made the argument that that the ancient Egyptians had no contacts, had no dealings other than slavery with African people. So if you find these things in sub-Saharan Africa, then you have some explaining to do. So, at that's why I charge the ancient Egyptians and the modern Egyptians for stealing African culture. And so that's the abstract of it all. It's not necessarily directed at anyone on this panel, just saying in general.
Well, that's deep. That would be an argument. It seems you mounted that for like the North African robots or whatever.
Yeah. I'm waiting on that debate. I'm like, I agree. I agree with you. I'm not even going to debate you on that. The Egyptians weren't black. They had none. I'm going to agree. But now, see, in philosophy and in logic, you have these proofs. And there is a phenomenon called a proof by contradiction. And my aim is to do a proof by contradiction.
Because you already won the debate already. You know that, right?
I'm sorry?
I said you already won the debate.
But I want to have the debate. I don't want to win just by default. That's no fun.
No, I know. I'm just messing. I mean, anybody following your logic, they already saw the win. They are ding, ding, ding. You know how what's in basketball, the championship is best out of 7, right? Or it's best out of 5. And so if somebody wins the first 3, you don't got to play the 5. You don't have to play the 5 games because it's only 2 left, and 2 can't beat 3. So that's basically what that represents to me. It's a wrap.
I see Emmy Cat posted, we want our stuff back. That's exactly the call.
They don't understand what the call is. That's what it seems like to me. A lot of them don't get the message of what they've already what's already been established. We're supposed to be, and see, by being African Americans, we don't have a like what Rujal was talking about earlier. Like most people from the continent, they already have a cultural connection. We don't have that because we were displaced. But that's not just a bad thing; it's also a good thing, because when we were reintroduced back into the literary world, we went to look for everything. Exactly. And that's where we're at now, the totality of it all, because that gives us strength in being able to go chronologically back to the beginning and before what they gave us, because what they gave us was Christianity. So when we take it back and go all the way back to Kemet, then we historically say that, hey, we are the progenitors of all of this, and that's what I think our unifying call is what I'm saying.
Exactly, and that was the thrust of the conference, the One Africa conference, to highlight these more ancestral connections. And of course, African scholars have been saying this for decades, but that there's a commonality, and the reason why there's a commonality between African cultures is because, of course, they emerge from a single culture or a set of cultures that were interacting with each other in far remote times. So what you see in ancient Egypt is just one expression of the mother culture, and it is unique to that environment because they had certain tools and things in that environment. But that same culture expressed itself differently in the Congo in terms of its material culture, because the ancient Egyptians had to create synthetically what the other Africans had naturally. And so what people are looking at ancient Egypt, they're looking at the monuments and things, and while they are magnificent in terms of feat in the cultures, they have to compensate for the fact that they no longer exist in a place that inspired the culture in the first place. So they have to draw trees and water everywhere. You know, stuff like this is brought up in their myths because of their travels in Africa. But if I'm a Batois, I don't have to build no temple. I live in the forest with all the medicines. I just go outside and I pick what I need. And so people are looking at West Africa and Central Africa somehow as failures. Like if you listen to the Arabized Russian bots who was commenting in some of my posts on my Sarmotep Facebook page, they're like, what did the West Africans and the Sub-Saharan Africans accomplish, etc. And they accomplished a whole bunch, so much so that it influenced to the point that the Herodotus had to notate that the ancient Egyptians borrowed essentially their culture from the Nubians. And that the Nubians are the ones who settled there, and it was their it was their culture, it was their signs and symbols that they used to make the writing, etc., etc.
Right.
So, you know, we don't play second fiddle to anyone. And we just understand that's just one expression that you find there. What you see on the walls is a living tradition in other places. So unlike modern Egypt, that was totally conquered by Islam, you go into these other places that have Islam and have Christianity, and you'll still see the ancestral cultural elements even within those particular paradigms. But you don't see that amongst these modern folks because they know it's not part of their heritage.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I actually showed a clip of that, like in elsewhere in Africa, where, like, for example, even in Kenya, they, you know, Christianity has come all through there, but you still got the tradition, and Mika could probably speak on this better, that, you know, in the house is like, nah, this house is Kenya. I don't care what you do outside this house, but when you step through those front doors, you have entered Kenya. You have entered Luo territory right here in this house. You know, you go to school, all that Christian stuff and everything, okay, but you enter this house, you speak in Luo. We do what we do, and this, that, and the third. You know, and you're right, you don't see that in other places. But
yeah, plus it's common knowledge on the continent that all your Christian priests, pastors, whatever, if you know, whatever you want to call them, you know, they will pray in church, and that's a given every Saturday, every Sunday. But when they're hit with a serious problem, everybody knows where they go. They go to their village doctors, you know. So there are things that you go to church and pray for, but then there are things that you still, you know, that, you know, your culture still dictates, and everybody, you know, people balance that well. And that's actually one of the good questions that you know, like we talked about last time, that needs to be asked for those proponents of, you know, of modern Egyptians are the ancient Egyptians. Those people have been stuck on the same location that their ancestors, quote unquote, were on. You have on the African continent, other parts of the continent, and then also with African Americans, people who've migrated, people who've been moved from one continent to the other. But you still find that regardless of the change in location, change where you comes with being affected by modern things like religion, language, and whatnot. Those particular cultures never really, you never find a point where, like the Luo people have completely lost knowledge of their cultures and everything of that nature. African Americans have completely lost, like you cannot connect African, things with African Americans in the way they speak the language, everything. Like there's always that continuity. But when you have modern Egyptians who've been stuck on the same location as their ancestors, and only being influenced by Arabs, which other people on the continent have as well. So that's not an excuse. Those people completely lost knowledge of the culture, language, to a point where you have to have people like Champollion come in and decipher their supposed ancestral language and writing system for them. And then when you start to study deep, because nobody ever talks about what are the relationship between those people's culture and language with ancient Egyptian culture and language. Like that is always just a point where people don't talk about. The closest I've seen is like food and things of that nature, but that comes with being on that location. But how you can actually compare things, language, and other aspects of their culture and customs with other people on the continent with ancient Egypt, you can't do that with the people who are actually stuck on that same location and having, so that's one of the things that those people actually do need to answer. If there are, if there was a continuity and these are people descendants of those ancient Egyptians, what happened? Why you're still stuck on the same location with the same artifacts, everything? What happened where there's like a complete amnesia in that instance? That's one of the questions that those people really would never touch.
Yeah, that's yeah. That's all great points. I'm just trying to keep up with the chat because I don't want to,
that's when you see, now from an African American perspective, we don't understand colonialism, how they colonized y'all, and how they re-educated y'all based on what their history is. So when y'all go to their school systems, don't they teach y'all for the most part their history?
Yes, they do.
And as well as religion?
Yes, pretty much, yes.
Mm-hmm. See, I have a brother, George Oding. He's a Lua too. And me and him had a conversation when we first met. He was a Christian. And I was shocked at how, the indoctrination had taken place there. Because I was thinking that he was going to tell me about his history, but he only had the history and he's in his 60s too, so you have to keep that in mind. But he was telling me how when they were colonized, that they were re-educated as well. See, we think that only happens to us in America, but it's also happened to you guys. Like I have another brother from Ivory Coast, and he tells me that they teach them French history. So they're not getting they're reteaching you. They're saying that you're uncivilized, and this history right here will civilize you. See, this is what they have done, but we don't understand that because we're in America dealing with the same issue. We're not communicating with each other to understand why we're all confused.
Right. Slavery and colonialism did do a number on us. However, to your point, when we speak to, the brothers and sisters in Senegambia, we get the same thing. When we send our books over there, right, they're reading our books. And a lot of this stuff, they are not knowing at all. So when we were having like little one-on-ones and things of that nature with them, that's something that we extracted immediately because they don't know too much about the traditions. They're stuck at a place. And, they didn't look at, for instance, just give an example like Kemet. They didn't look at Kemet as having any reverence to the likelihood of their uplifting or whatever the case may be. And other parts of Africa, the same way. They get the same school system we get to a degree. We get a little bit more advanced European history and stuff like that. And theirs is pretty much more, a colonized version of, it's like, what is it? What do they call it? When they just trying to limit the amount of information that indoctrination. Their indoctrination was just a different perspective.
Indeed.
Yeah, and I think the takeaway
because they wanted to westernize the people that they colonized. So that's how they I'm not saying that they've totally lost their culture, but they were influenced by those who colonized them to try to get them to with what they call civilize them. So
Yeah, yeah.
that's how it works.
That's the right
Well,
word, civilized. But there's a balance. There's a balance because it's. I mean, it's not one or the other, but there's a balance. But it's not balanced right because it's more of the westernized part and then less of the cultural stuff. But it's always assumed that you on the cultural part you learn at home, and then once you get into schools, it's more of the the worldly, the
Indoctrination.
global, right?
yeah, I just want to say as well what you just described, James, is under the Hegel doctrine, philosophical doctrine. They call him Hegel. If anybody's not familiar with George Hegel, where they viewed Africa, it's like a continuation of a view among intellectuals at the time, but where they viewed Africa into three, they sliced Africa into three major parts, and they had what's called Caucasian Africa, which is North Africa. They had the Valley Africa, which is Nile, the Nile River area, and everything. And then everything else was called Africa proper. And they viewed Africa proper as containing people who were uncivilized, could not express emotion, were basically wild and untamed, and didn't have any culture. And so the attitude among that mindset is that we're going to help those people out and bring them up, upgrade them to bring them some civilization. And so that mindset still permeates.
Now that was just the tool that they used. They didn't give a damn about the. That's just what the tool that they used.
Well, no,
I'm not. That they used. Yeah,
well,
you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying they did it out of love. I'm saying that's the sentiment. Like, because they feel that sub-Saharan, what we now call sub-Saharan Africans, they call Africa proper, that they didn't have any inkling of civilizations until the Muslims came in contact with them. And so that's the sentiment. And so these sentiments and these ideals is what fuels the colonialism later on and all this other kind of stuff. It's all in the same
you're doing in chronology.
Yeah, in the same baggage and whatnot. And I want to address a couple of things, and I don't know if Smash was still here. We could have shifted a little bit, but Tiffany's comment about demeaning our situation and everything, and I think that, and I agree with her two comments together, that we have to be careful not to wrap this description in a demeaning way, but we have to describe it realistically, and our situation is we need to take an assessment and then report on the assessment, what we observe in our quote unquote our situation and here in America as African Americans. And so the other part of what she said was the instances that we have nothing keeps us locked in and helpless victims. And that's true. It's false to think we don't have anything. It's actually the opposite that becomes the problem. We have something, but we're not embracing it. So us as a unique ethnic group called African Americans, we are literally an ethnic group that is in the making. Like, we don't have all of the trimmings just yet to like solidify and bam, we're an ethnic group, but we almost there. If we embrace it, we would get there for sure. But a lot of us, the quote unquote us, we don't embrace it because we're too busy trying to embrace a continent that we don't live on and that we don't operate in. We don't function in. We're not pressured by. Like, we live in America. We are under the pressure of the social elements of here in America. We're under the pressure of the American governments, plural, depending on what state you live in, and then the federal level. We're under the pressure of even the geographical topography of the country, whether you live in a urban city or in the country or in the Midwest or whatever the case is. This shapes our problems and solutions and our behavior, not Africa. We're not there to receive those pressures. We're not under the government of Nigeria. We're not, we don't participate in their problems and solutions. They got a different set of problems and that they're solving and the interplay between the two. We got ours over here, but we don't embrace it because we're so focused on trying to be something other than what's right in front of us. And so we need to embrace, and that's the conversation earlier. We are in America. We refer to ourselves as African Americans, and we need to be engaged on that national level of engagement. That's where the engagement happens. You know, so us being Americans, we tend to allow emotion to say, okay, we were brought here through the transatlantic slave trade, or our ancestors were brought here through the transatlantic slave trade to this country, and they were forced to build this country, and I don't like it. Therefore, I don't like the colonizers or the colonialists who are responsible for that, which is the fabric of America. I don't like it, so I'm not going to identify as an American. I'm not going to function and embrace being an American. And see, I think that's the wrong approach, because that's coming from a place of emotion, really, and whatnot, instead of strategy and understanding how this works in the world. You know, we can be an American and still feel the way we feel. And even as I say, we can be an American, that's kind of silly, because you are an American. If you got a United States driver's license of any state that you're in, you are a member of that state. And if you're a member of the state, by default, you're a member of the country, because the 50 states are unified under a contract called the Constitution as one. And we're citizens of the United States of America. And if you travel abroad, if you try to go to Africa, you're going to have a passport that says you're a United States of America as your nationality. And that's your engagement. And if something happens to you while you're abroad, guess who's going to be responsible for you? Your country, the United States of America, through the consul's office or the embassy in whatever country you're in. That's who you contact. That's who responds. If you get kidnapped and you get held ransom in another country or whatever, the United States is responsible for your safety. They're supposed to make some kind of effort to protect you. No, listen. I'm not saying that they will, but I'm saying this is
come on, bro.
No, listen.
This country does not. Nah, don't do that, bro.
No,
that's not right.
Oh, but that's real. If you are out in Ghana and something happens to you, you're not gonna go to the Ghanaian embassy. First of all, you are actually in Ghana. You're gonna find that the first place you have to go to is an American embassy. I mean, these are just facts. Whether
we're talking about a modern construct right here, but African is, from what I see in my little time here, we're just now coming out of slavery recently. I mean, I don't understand how we're gonna just act like that, skip over that part.
No,
like
what
everything just been great, and we should just embrace this great country.
I don't see how,
what's going on here.
No, I don't see how anybody can get that from what I'm saying, and that's why, like,
because
I would slow it down.
What you're saying.
No, but see, okay, let me slow it down a little bit more, because this is the thing. I'm not negating. I'm actually doing the opposite. It's because of this transatlantic slave trade, which is why I'm here, and I'm gonna speak for myself. My immediate lineage, my immediate family, are the ones that helped build this country. They're the ones whose bones are buried on this soil, not on the African continent. They're here on this soil, in grave sites, graveyards here. And they were tortured and forced to work, and they did whatever they had to do to survive long enough to reproduce children in order for me to be here right now. And I'm saying, for us to ignore it is out of this, is retarded. And so what I'm saying is that our condition, all the above, and of course I'm skipping. We could talk about the details of everything for like weeks, hours and hours. But I'm saying all of that has resulted in what we are today. And so African Americans collectively, we are a unique group of people based on those recent historical experiences. And we need to embrace that. We need to embrace that. But instead,
yeah, I'm willing to embrace that. Hold up. I'm willing to embrace that, but not at the extent of discarding my homeland.
But okay.
This is not my homeland.
But okay, let me see. When you say this is not my homeland, all right, let's unpack that. This is not my homeland. So, so where were you born? Let's start there.
I was born in Texas.
Okay, so Texas is your homeland.
No, not genetically. It's
first
not.
of all, African Americans,
see,
we reserve the right to defy physics, so we could be born here, but our homeland is in Africa. And that's what we said.
Right. I don't understand what's wrong with you, Josh.
That's what people don't understand.
Because I'm not giving up my homeland because I'm not really welcome here if I really want to be honest. I'm
no,
not
if
I look, I can go back to the crack era and see what they've done. I see how they've decimated my community by mass incarceration. This is a war that we're in. I don't understand, even though it's not them just shooting us down at will, we're at war on intellectual, physical, and all type of ways right now.
Okay, so James, let's
you can't do that, bro. That's not right.
Okay, so let's strip it all the way down, right? Let's strip it all the way down. You were born in Texas. You are now. I noticed that before Asar said what he said. You said the magic word. You said DNA, genes, and remember what I said this whole conversation. I said DNA and genes does not apply in all situations. So because now check this out. Let's be really real and be real funky with it. Every single human being who is alive right now, 7 point whatever billion human beings on the planet right now, can trace their DNA back to the continent of Africa. So every human being living right now's homeland is Africa. If we're gonna invoke, wait. Let me just. I'm almost done. If we're gonna invoke DNA, then because it's if then. If we're going to invoke DNA, then all human beings who are alive today can make an accurate statement and say Africa is their homeland.
But see, you're going to have to put the percentages in there because see, it's going to be 91% my homeland, but to a European, it's going to be 2% his homeland.
Okay, but what that means is now when you introduce percentage. Now the percentages are gonna reflect time periods. So what that means, the higher percentage it simply means that it's more recent ancestry versus more distant ancestry. But regardless, my statement is still accurate that every human being through DNA and genetics can say Africa is their homeland. Every human being.
This is the nature of the conversation. I encourage everyone to get this article if you can find it. It is, I want to say it's Asa Hilliard, Dr. Asa Hilliard, but it may be Dr. Wade Nobles. But the title of the article is "To Be African or Not to Be." Right? The underlying discussion, we get what you're saying. Is Asa Hilliard? All right.
Yeah.
So the underlying thing, we understand what you're saying from a technical political standpoint. We are Americans. We don't deny that. However, what we're saying is that when it comes to our identity, when it comes to who we are and what we be, we connect more with the African continent. This is why we stress the African and the African American. And, remember that the African people, once we got here, had to abandon their individual, ethnic names, and then they all collectively came as Africans. That's why when we started stuff, we named it the African this. That's why when Prince Hall Masonry came about, the first lodge is the African Lodge. We have the African Methodist Episcopal Church or whatnot, the AME, right? It's the identity was African. And this is why I always argue that there's two types of Africans. There's the Africans who their ethnicity was African. That's us here. We're the first true Africans here in America. Our brothers and sisters on the continent are Africans by geography. They're not Africans by ethnicity. They have their own ethnic groups and own ethnic languages. But African Americans, we have the benefit of having over, close to 60 ethnic groups from all across Africa pool into this one collective that were called we called ourselves African, and then it became African American later on. And so what we're saying here is that we're not giving up on, acknowledging our heritage, adopting and going back to those fundamental things that made us human before the enslavement process. So for me, it's to be African or not to be. And so this is beyond simply a political thing. Now, when it comes to the cultural piece, I had a debate some years ago about whether African Americans had a culture. And I argued that we do not have our own unique culture. And why do I say that? There are cultural elements, but culture is not done on accident. Culture is created consciously. And every culture has an ideal human being for which the culture is designed to help create. And when you ask African Americans, what is the ideal human being for which your culture is supposed to create? We have no answer. We don't even have a name for that type of person. Because once you have an idea of what type of person that your culture is supposed to create, then you create the institutions necessary to develop those types of people. And when I went into the book of Blueprint for Black Power, for example, and other texts showing what a culture is and what it's supposed to do. And so what we have here in America is maladaptive responses to oppression. And we're trying to call it culture. These are survival techniques, but culture is something that you sit down and you organize and you create. This is why I started that process of developing the African American Cultural Development Project. And I started with, let's look at what we're going to call ourselves. Why I wrote the Bacala of North America and why that's being updated to the Bayankole now. And so once we have these ideas, so when you start talking about culture, there's four primary areas. You have motifs, you have ethos, right? You have mythology, a particular spiritual tradition, and then of course you have your language, history, and all this other kind of stuff. And so when we look at what has happened, we have Africanisms, but we haven't developed fully and embraced our culture. I mean, fully developed a culture and then embraced the positive what we have and institutionalized those aspects. And that is the next series of steps that needs to happen for African Americans in order to fully say that this is a culture. Because we have to have naming practices. We have to have, what's the protocol for when, a man wants to marry a woman here, right? Like what are the everyday things that emerges from us that doesn't come from other groups?
But see, you in America, you're not going to be allowed to start making up your own laws around here. They don't allow that.
F them and they dang laws. This ain't
see,
about
I'm
laws.
just telling you where we at, but we at home.
But we're not talking about laws. We're talking about cultural
you are
practices.
you're talking about custom. You see, culture and custom, those are laws. That's just like, okay, we said that we don't want our people marrying outside of our race. You're gonna have to almost make that a law, but you can't do that here.
That's not. I mean, if we collectively get there, that's fine. But that's not what That's an extreme.
Like you said in your culture, we don't want homosexuality. That's kind of like a law here within this country. See what I'm saying? And they don't allow that.
But
you're in enemy
but
territory.
that still doesn't mean, like, matter of fact, let's do this. When the Orthodox Jews come here to the United States, regardless to what the laws is, they adhere to their law.
Agreed.
And anybody who's been in New York knows this. They know the areas in which they have their own police force. They have their own court system where the people go there first to try to adjudicate anything between each other before anything gets dealt with outside of themselves.
Okay, but let's be honest
wait.
We're talking about the Jewish community.
Being Jewish does not exempt you from following American law. If you violate, I know, but I'm saying, I'm just making sure it's clear. Being Jewish does not exempt. There's no exemptions for that. So, but in their own culture, they have their avenue of recourse and adjudications and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure we separating the two, because but I'll let you finish. I just want to separate it because I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm saying.
Laws and stuff to this. I'm talking about what's the damn protocol. So who's in the chat? So Sister Tamika, if I want to marry Sister Tamika, what is the cultural protocol that must happen between myself, her, and her family and my family? That is our custom that meets a particular need, that solves a particular set of problems.
That your family got to pay for.
Exactly. Regardless of what that is, it's our custom. So if somebody somebody comes from Jamaica, if somebody comes from Kenya, if somebody comes from Japan, and they want to marry an African American brother or sister, there's protocols that they would expect to adhere to, because that is our custom, that is our way. Right? We don't have things like that. We're all over the place. If you're a Muslim, this is what you do. If you're a Christian, this is what you do. If you are nothing, this is free for all. It's just we're all over the place and scattered because we don't have that solidified and institutionalized within our group. And until you institutionalize your customs and culture, you don't have a culture. Until you have an ideal human being that your culture is supposed to produce, you don't have a culture. You have maladaptive behavior in a hostile environment. You're just trying to survive. And that's where we find ourselves for the most part, and why we keep asking these questions in terms of identity. So we can be Moors one day, we can be Hebrew Israelites another day, we can be the lost tribe of Shabazz. So we're lost but found at the same time, being a lost tribe of Shabazz, and any other thing that comes around, because we have no grounding in anything.
We lost. Yo, that's crazy.
But hey, but hold on. Let me jump in right at that point, because everything you said, Asar, is, as I'm hearing you, it's in 100% agreement with what I'm saying. And so if I'm not being clear, then I need to clarify what I'm saying, because what you said
we hear you loud and clear. I just like to argue, and this is just my opportunity to do exactly that in this space.
No. But okay, but check this out. So let's build on that for a second. I just want to add to it with what I said earlier to kind of plug it in, because I like the way you framed it. So because here's where I'm at with it, is that the institutionalizing part of it, the anchoring, the crystallization of it, creating institutions and consistency. That's the part you said we haven't done that, and because we haven't done that, we can't accurately say, okay, we have this oomph yet, right? So it's in the making. And if we pay, and my point is, if we focus on it, we can get somewhere. But what I'm saying is that instead of doing that or walking and chewing gum at the same time, we tend to the quote unquote we tend to reach out and convert and explore things while not being responsible for what we just said. So we want to go into Africa and become something else than to face those issues at the very least simultaneously. But we forsake one thing and go for another and everything. Meanwhile, years are going by. We've been civil rights marching and having these organizations like you mentioned, NOI and More Science Simple, whatever. But yet here we are still. And so, but I want to give an example to illustrate what I'm talking about. In terms of the Americanness part of it, we tend to functionally live as sidebar participants in this environment in which we find ourselves. So we know that we are a people, right? And we're governed by the laws of the state and on the federal level and whatnot. And those laws on both the state and federal level are ideally supposed to be in place to benefit the people, supposed to have the people's best interests in mind for whatever, right? And if we feel that those laws are not in alignment with our interests and everything, there's supposed to be an avenue for us to change it or modify that. But here we are as a people, we're generally non-participants in that process. So we sit on the sidelines and complain. Meanwhile, other people are in that process, making and breaking and adjusting and modifying these laws that we are affected by, whether we like it or not. And so that comes from the a little bit of residual of us feeling like, okay, we don't belong. We are in enemy territory. We're just tolerating. We're just doing just enough to survive and stuff like that. I'm saying that attitude has to change. We have to. That's what I mean by embrace. Like, we have to be fully present. We are here.
Hold on. That's what we're doing right now, though.
But even still, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
See, that's what we're doing now. We're correcting our history. This thing ain't gonna the ship ain't gonna turn like instantly. You know, we went through 400 or thousands of years of misinformation. So we're an accumulation of what Diop and them did, and we still are arguing over this. What Sergeant said, we're Moors, Hebrews, Christians. So we have, but the behavior of
everything but Americans.
Johnson, but see, you Wujau right now. Why did you pick to start your history right there in Kemet? Why?
No, I did.
Why don't you start your history as a Moor? Why don't you be a Hebrew right now? Why do you choose to be what you are now? Answer that.
Okay, but the answer is simple. I didn't. So what you're saying I did. I actually didn't. No, I don't start my history at Egypt. Like my history.
So you started in Nubia? Why is you Wujau? Why right there? Why don't you go back? Why don't you go?
Why is your name Jesse?
Why
Jesse Rolay?
Yeah. So
you see what I'm saying? Why don't you have a Hebrew name? Why won't you be a Hebrew?
My name is Hebrew. I'm not a Hebrew.
I'm asking you, John, why won't
what's
you be
going
a Hebrew?
to be the official language of African Americans?
Yeah, all of that needs to be figured out. We that's what I'm saying. We need to come to some crystallization of these different elements that you're mentioning, Asar. But what I'm saying is that collectively we're very slow footing it because we're distracted in trying to be something other than what's in front of us at the same time, at the very least. I'm not saying forsake, because people interpret some.
That's because y'all keep having these DNA conversations and fooling with Chief X. As long as y'all distracted by Chief X and DNA,
and all that crazy stuff, right?
You'll never amount to anything in life.
Exactly, but my point is that we should at the least walk and chew gum at the same time. But we tend to either walk or chew gum, and for the most part, we just chew gum, which means we are facing the east, and we're looking at the continent of Africa, and we're trying to pick from something over there to identify with, to be, and so on and so forth, while neglecting and our situation here as a whole. Now, I'm not saying
ours, Joe. What here is ours? What's in America that's ours?
Okay, first of all, if see, I don't know where your knowledge of your own family
history.
history.
A simple question like what's here that's ours?
Okay, but listen.
I mean, I understand our contribution, but what here that's ours? If they're not gonna give us anything, then we need to be trying to figure out where can we go to where we can have ownership of. And in the place that I'm looking at, the only place that I see that makes logical sense is where our homeland is. We have the most population there, the strongest.
Yeah, but I don't think it's really a
population. But it's like we don't even have the numbers here to take this place over if we wanted to.
That's the wrong attitude. But go ahead.
Right, but I'm going to ask you a quick question. So if you're looking to Africa to go and claim to have some kind of proper contribution, how are you going to do that? Because that's also just going to be a foreign place as well. I mean, realistically. So you're going to leave something that is already built, and then you're going to go to somewhere where you have nothing built yet, but you have an affinity to it. And then you're going to start from scratch. How logical is that?
Yeah.
But you're saying that nothing is built in Africa now? I understand why we don't have the same amendment.
No, you. Do you have any ownership in Africa right now?
No, but most people in Africa don't have any ownership in Africa.
No. But check. But okay, so that just compounds the point. So here's the thing.
That's the problem.
I know, but you said you asked me the question of what do we own here, and so that's as if to say ownership is the litmus, and so even if we didn't own anything. Here or there, because we don't own anything in Africa either. By the way,
I'm talking about as an individual. You got African nations there. We don't have no African nation here.
No, the only reason why there are African nations on the continent of Africa is because they're on the continent of Africa. No, that's because they're on the continent of Africa. That's the only reason why they're African
nations. Which is
our
homeland.
Okay.
So is China? Where is China's homeland at?
China, because you mentioned the continent, China.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Asia. It's Asia.
What's wrong with
Asia.
Our homeland? Like, what's going on here?
No. Listen what I'm saying. This is what we got to separate and understand the separation.
Okay.
No. Listen, because I don't want you to misconstrue, because when I have these conversations, I never say this, but for some reason people think this, and I know why. They think that there's a sentiment of forget Africa, F Africa, let's forget Africa, forsake Africa. And because I hear people say, even though I never say that, to forget it or anything, but they feel like that's what's coming, it's going to come out of my mouth, because they feel like by being responsible for right here, right now, for some reason, it's a betrayal on the homeland. Like I gotta forget about Africa to focus on my situation right here, and that's the wrong attitude to have. That is the absolute wrong attitude to have.
Well, it sounds like you said we came from Canada, and that's why we having this debate right now.
Well, but my point is that we don't have to forsake Africa. We don't have to give up calling Africa our homeland or none of that stuff. To do what I'm saying. And I'm not even saying to do all that stuff, but for some reason, that's what people think is going to happen. So it's an insecurity within people that, okay, it's like my allegiance and my affinity is with my homeland, but if I do something here where I'm actually living at, where I'm actually facing, when I walk out my front door, I'm actually facing this stuff here, if I take this stuff serious or do something here, for some reason I'm cheating on Africa. It's like a relationship. I'm cheating on Africa if I do that. And that's the wrong attitude. That's the okie doke. That's the banana in the tailpipe. That's why look at the LGBTQ community and their policies that they've gotten done in their interests and protections they've gotten done versus African Americans through civil rights. If you compare,
so you saying it's just we just too dumb
no,
to get ourselves together.
No, not at all. Nope, not at all.
Come on, bro. You need to cut. I don't know. How old are you, John?
No, listen. I am 50 years old. Okay, so I'm not I've been around for a minute. Okay, so listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. So because I'm not saying what you just said, I'm not saying that we have to be dumb. What I'm saying, by you having come to that conclusion, that's your thoughts. So I don't want you to project them on me. What I'm saying is that if we look at our struggles here as African Americans through the whole civil rights movement, coming from Jim Crow up till today, and everything in between, if you look at the progress we've made and the rate of that progress, and you look at and compare the progress of the LGBT community, the rates are way different. Way different. And I'm only bringing that up because of the nature of the focus of knowing the interest and attacking or going through the avenues to make change happen. We seem to forsake that. We don't want to participate in politics. We don't want to participate in medical studies. Now, the reason why, we can list it. We could say, okay, we don't trust these white folks. We don't trust this and trust that. But all you're saying when we say that is we're just explaining why. But the thing is, should that happen, or as a consequence of us not trusting or being outsiders or lack of participants, this is what's happening. We are outside of the decision-making process. We're outside of things that actually affect our lives. These laws, like where you live at, James?
I'm in Texas.
Okay, so you're in Texas. So the state of Texas laws affect you, whether you like them or not. They affect you. The policies in the city you live in and town you live in, all that stuff affects you. But and if you don't like something, or if it works in adverse to you and your life and your prosperity, where do you go to affect change? And so we don't participate in stuff like that. People are making decisions around you to affect you.
So hold on, Bujah, but
do you get that though?
You seem to allude to some of the tactics used by these people to keep us from being able to vote.
Can
like
you vote?
Such as, yeah, I can now, but hold up. I was once a felon. Hold on.
Okay.
I was once a felon. See, you might not have never been through something like this.
No, I haven't. But you're right.
See what I'm saying? So you got to give other people an opportunity from their experience of America to be able to explain why they feel that way.
No,
so
but
I look at the systematic racism that these people imply. So how can you have the South, where the number one, where we're most populated in the South, but most of these states are Republican? You know how? Because they give a lot of the people statuses where they can't vote through felony conviction, and then they give us the highest rate of felony conviction to keep us in that position. But you allude like that's not even in the conversation, like that, like this is not happening. No, like we're just disadvantaged, or the LGBTQ could come up in 10 years and surpass people that have been suppressed for 200 and something years.
No, I'm actually the opposite. It's just to say to you, it's the opposite. I'm fully acknowledging. That's why I mentioned key terms. I said from Jim Crow up until now. We can talk about redlining. We could talk about Jim Crow. We could talk about the discrimination and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saving time. I'm thoroughly knowledgeable about all that stuff, and we can talk about it all, that of the things that set us at a disadvantage. What I'm saying is that there's consequences to that, and because of that, we should really be on the ball, because those situations are in flux and they're not the same as it once was. Like Jim Crow as Jim Crow is no longer in effect as it was, and stuff like that. Redlining has they've
improved it.
Okay, but I'm saying we're acting like it's still full on or full on this and full on that. So I'm not trying to take that away. I'm the opposite. It's because of it that we need to get on the ball. We need to get on the ball
Agreed.
because we've been through that. So I'm saying you were about to explain why you have a sentiment you have because of your experience. And everybody's experience should be definitely respected. But no matter who explains the whys, there are consequences, because I can tell you why something all day long, but it's different than a thing be happening. I can tell you why something happening, but should it be happening and what we're going to do to change it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the situation. We are being governed by things that we didn't have a hand in, so to speak. And I'm only using the law as an example. You know, we don't, and the reason why, if we want to get into the why, is because we don't participate. And that lack of participation has a consequence. And the consequence is that laws are going to be made without our input. And then when it affects us negatively, we're going to complain. And even when we complain, we don't even go through the right channels of complaining. And so I only brought up the LGBT community as a comparison, just something quick, is because the LGBT or any organization for that matter, who's hip to the process, they know what to strike their iron on, where to hit to affect change, to make change and stuff like that. And we should know better than that, because we have tenure here. We've been through here. We've been here since the 1500s or whatever the case is, generation. We should know enough to know what avenues to take, what to do, and how to do it. And we don't collectively, because we're so focused on somewhere else in la la land. When it comes to that, because what is you being focused on another country that's on the continent of Africa, unless you go there, what is it going to do for you here in your situation here in America while living in America? And I'm not saying nothing.
Because we were detached from that continent, we could do like other people who are attached to their continent. So like if we, based on the economic advantages that we have here, we could take advantage of it. Like I was just talking to a brother.
They're not attached to a continent though. They're attached to a country, not a continent. Like China is a country.
No, I'm a generalization here. So I was going to
what country are you going to attach yourself to?
A Pacific person that I was just talking to on my porch last week. He's from Kenya. This brother's come to America.
Okay.
He's saving up his money. He says he has 2 houses, nice houses and stuff. He's sending his money back to his wife and his children. And he says in maybe a couple of years, after he buys a car, he said he's moving back to Kenya. He has, I said, well, how do you trust? He said, it's my family. So he trusted his family. But the Hispanics, they do the same thing. Other people but see, we have been detached. So we don't know, we can't take advantage of the economics of being able to send our money back to our homeland and build it up and then go back. We don't have that. We don't have that advantage.
Because
that's what the problem is. This place is not for us, for me personally.
Right. I got you. I got you.
So
where you gonna go?
Is,
so where what country? So what country are you going
to go? Because thankfully for the internet, we have global communication now. So I have friends all over the globe now, and it's many places, and I have access to be able to research and look at these places and make a choice on where I want to go.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
So let's just do this. Let's just reverse the economics here, Wujao. Okay. Let's just say Africa had the dollar, and America had the currency of Africa. Where would you want to be at?
Well, Africa doesn't have a currency; it's just countries. But okay, I get you. I get what you're saying.
See, but America as a whole, the whole continent of America doesn't have. You have the Canada has its own currency. Mexico has. I didn't say the peso because you see Mexicans.
No, you said the dollar. You said the dollar. So I was just saying.
Yeah, because I'm trying to be specific about the value of the currency, Wujao. I can say Mexico. I don't even have to go.
No, it's fine. No,
I'm just using my homeland as an example right now.
Okay, but
You see what I'm saying?
right. But here's the thing, homeland, even that, and I'm not trying to like slow down, just for nothing, right? But even when we say homeland, the way you're using homeland, you're using it at the level of continent, as opposed to a country.
Because that's only I'm an African American. I don't know where I'm from,
No, I know.
I don't have a choice.
Yeah,
but
I get it.
Connect myself to the whole totality of it.
No, I get. Listen. I get it. But so let me finish, because I get it. I'm not saying something different. I'm just observing what you're doing. You're using homeland as a continent level, but when everybody else use homeland, they're more specific and narrow at the level of action, which is a country. And so,
yeah, but
keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, and I want to interject this in the conversation. That nothing is fixed. Dr. Amos Wilson made it a point to remind us that culture is not sacred. That culture is designed to solve a population's problems. The moment that it no longer solves their problems is the moment that it needs to be updated and upgraded. You have a thing called agency, right? If we decide that America is not suitable for the health in terms of mental and physical health and prosperity of our people, we can decide for a number of us to move and start in a new location, and that become the new homeland for the generations to come. You don't have to be stuck in any one place or in any one ideology. At the end of the day, the culture and everything needs to solve problems. And if you're having problems in this space, then maybe leaving collectively is a possible solution. But at the same time, you can have more than one solution that kind of is in between the extremes. For example, you could establish a homeland or establish a colony here in the United States. So say that United States is colony 1 or colony A. Then we have colony B, which may, let's negotiate some land with Kenya or with Ghana or whatever, that we can have a particular space where we can build it up from the ground up, and then our future generations will have a place that they can call home. And a book that I recommend is a book called Tribes by what's his name? I can't remember his name at the moment, but the book is called Tribes. And at the beginning of the book, he talks about these 5 tribes. He's using the word tribes in a specific way. That the tribes have certain characteristics that will allow them and have allowed them to succeed in the 20th and 21st century. And one of those characteristics was that they were able to become a global people without necessarily having a homeland. And so the people, even though a lot of the people had a homeland, the people that he included in his 5 top tribes is the British, is the Japanese, the Chinese, the Jews, and I want to say the Indians, if I'm not mistaken. But it's 5 tribes. Now, one of them was African that they mentioned. But one of the things he stressed is that they can be anywhere in the world and maintain their culture, because the culture itself is not tied to a place per se, but in the minds and hearts and behavior of people. And this is what allows them to set up networks around the world to trade with each other and to build up their economy. And so there's different ways that we can approach this issue. But the moment to where people feel that because they're stuck on doing what they've been doing, and then that's the only way it can be done, that they can't create anything new from scratch, is the moment where people die, and will always be the victims of more powerful and more organized people. And this is something that, why when I dreamt up of the African American Cultural Development Project, that we weren't tied down to old ideologies. That's why when it comes to the idea of who we are, for a lot of people of African American and of ethnicity, they only can attach themselves to old names and old people. That's why they got to be the lost tribe of Shabazz and the old black Muslims and the Moors and the Hebrew Israelites. They can't fathom being able to become a new people, because they're thinking that something is better because it's older, and that's not necessarily the case. And that's why we have to have these discussions in the same context of us having agency to develop a new us. And matter of fact, even Sheikh Anta Diop, called for a new Afro-American identity. And this was on both the continent and in America, because the old ways, there are some limitations that is preventing us from moving forward, and that we anchor ourselves in the ancestral traditions in ways of being, but it is all right to create something new, because at the end of the day, culture is not sacred. It needs to, at the end of the day, solve human problems. And so, I'll end there.
Well, in light of everything you said, what I have on my screen is very important principle that people need to understand. It's something very basic and fundamental that even in our conversations, we can't get around it, because we use these pronouns and we say we, us, our, and stuff like that. And we say we need to do this, or we need to blah, blah, blah. But if you notice, you take a survey in everybody's take a survey in their own mind and ask yourself, who is the we that we're talking about? And how definitively has that been established? And is the rate of its definition or definitiveness a direct correlation to how effective or the efficacy of something, of the agency? So I have on the screen structure of agency, right? We can never do anything until we define the we. And so very basic in communication, you can never start a story with a pronoun, because if you do, you're going to lose. It's going to be a ocean of ambiguity, because you haven't established what the pronoun represents for real. It could be anything, and it produces vagueness or ambiguity. If I just blurt out and say he went to the store, no one will have any idea of who I'm talking about. Same thing with we. If we read we or they, if we do third person, they went to the store, who are you talking about? I can only use they after first establishing what's called the antecedent first. I got to crystallize that first, then I can start using these pronouns. So even in how we're communicating our, the need for agency, we can't get around this, because we're using these words and things like that. But we need to keep in mind that at no time have we collectively or progressively defined the actual we. Now,
I didn't think it was that hard.
No, but check this out. It is, and that's why I'm bringing it up, because for most people, see, this is what happens. If I were to say they went to the store, your mind by default is automatically gonna fill in the antecedent. You're going to try to think of one, right? And so when we say we, the default setting in most people's mind is black people. Like we're going to replace we with blacks. When I say we, I say, man, we need to go to Africa, or we need to do something else in this country. That we in most people's mind is a replacement for the black people. And then what is that? And so there's differences, and this is the level of detail that we seem to not pay attention to before we even try to establish some kind of agency or put some energy behind that. We're not even doing the fundamental preliminaries yet. And so this is the things that we have to do and discuss and at least be aware of. And this is things that we should pay attention to, because we take it for granted. We don't even know. And even as I'm talking, I'm using the word we a lot. But we don't even know. We don't even know that we haven't defined the we yet. And so I noticed that during the presidential election, that this came to the forefront, and everybody went bananas to finally understand that there is a difference between African Americans and your flat level of black. Like, black people in America is one thing, but then African Americans in America is slightly a different thing, because you have immigrants who come into this country who would be considered black, and then there's African Americans who are generationally in this country who are also considered black. So on that level, both groups are lumped into one, blacks. But in terms of certain claims of restorative justice, reparative justice, and everything like that came about through the whole ADOS and FBA arguments and everything like that came through, we realized that there actually is a difference depending on the issue. And so what's the we? Who are the we? And so what happens is people...
No, see, I'm not even talking about that. You're trying to divide African Americans up based and continental Africans. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm not. Not at all.
I mean, just be simple. Just be clear about that. Is that what you're doing?
Absolutely not.
You talking about you to define the we? Are we talking about African Americans? Are we talking about continental Africans that's here in America? That's what you're doing?
No, what I'm saying is that define. Okay, so I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna ask you the question. You do it. Define the we for us right now.
Well, the we that I'm talking about is not continental Africans. I'm talking about African Americans at this point.
Okay, so see what you just did?
When I say what we need to do,
yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, now you see what you just did?
I don't think that they themselves include themselves off in that. That's just some ADOS argument. I don't think that they want the same benefit. They never said that.
No. Okay, let's forget the whole ADOS thing. I just only brought that up as a reference of why this comes in the forefront recently during the election. But I'm saying you just define we as in African Americans, and you yourself just now separated African Americans from continental Africans in your definition. Right. Okay.
That's a standard.
Okay. Right. So the importance is that we define the we. Because among African Americans, the agency is not effective because we don't accept that collective we to make any movements. We form groups. Like, you got African Americans who believe they're Hebrew Israelites, who believe they're descendants from a man named Jacob who changed his name to Israel, and everything like that. And so their energy, focus, and investment, time and financial, is not going to be in the same thing as an African American who is doing something else. And so the agency has been diluted to where it's not as effective as it could be because we haven't properly defined the we. You just see what I'm saying? So that we has never really been established, because anytime you get a real group of we, things happen. And I noticed that foreigners.
But let's be clear on this, Wujal. The reason why the we can't be established within the African American community is because we have been historically miseducated. That's why we have all this argument and confusion amongst us because of who.
All right, so what we're gonna do now, though?
When I went into the school system, I was not educated to the level that I am today. I had to re-educate myself after the 18-year miseducation that I received.
Okay, so at what point are we gonna?
So you knew this when you was in high school? Is that what you telling us?
No,
they taught you what you know now in high school.
No,
they focus on anything that we're learning here today.
No, everything I know now is definitely not. Everything I know now was not given to me in high school. So no, I'm not even implying that. But what I'm saying is that at what point are we gonna move away from describing situations in an excusatory way and start to do something? You see what I'm saying? So it's like
when we finally get this argument amongst ourselves understood. So the argument does not even start with us, Wujal. It starts in 1970, whenever Sheikh Anta Diop went to the symposium. We are a continuation of that argument. Once upon a time, the Nation of Islam, which had history that diverted our people into Islam. We are a people searching for our history. And you have to go back further to dismantle or to chronologize this history. We are not dealing with our history in a chronological order. It does not make sense to start your history in 711 AD. It does not. And everything that we're arguing, John, I want you to be clear. It's what was written. We are not arguing what's verbal. So you see what I'm saying? So that's why we stop in Kemet. We have to come. It has to be a culmination around us starting our history there, which unifies us under one accord. That's kind of seems what I thought the mission was, and why you were doing what you were doing. See, when Emmy kept talking about we're taking our stuff back, that's my sentiment. Meaning the language, the culture, but we have to start somewhere, and the only way that we can unify if we agree that the source of our history starts there from a written perspective. Because everybody else's culture started from a written. We got the Hebrews, we got the Christians. They all have a written text. They all have a religious doctrine, and they all have political things backing those three. All of those three things go together. We don't have that. But where is it? It starts in Kemet. So that's why we're reaching back to try to have some type of uniformity based on something that's strong for our people.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. What is the mission? So I don't understand what the other talk is about.
No,
I'm trying to simplify this so we can understand what's going on.
Yeah, and so there are ways to do things, and let's say we want to do something. So the goal is to do X. In order to do X, there are 10 ways to do it. Out of those 10 ways, one of the 10 ways is the most effective out of the 10 ways to do it. It's efficient and effective. It takes less energy and you get more done. That's what efficiency and effectiveness combination means, right? And so we need to find that out to get as much done in the most effective and efficient way possible. Whatever the goal is. I'm not even narrowed down to a goal. Whatever goal is X, put a question mark there. And we don't do things like that because we don't even establish the apparatus that has the agency to get the things done, which goes back to what I'm showing. We don't define.
Okay, let me ask you this.
We don't define.
Are we allowed to teach this information in school? Will we be allowed to, if we wanted to say, okay, we want to put a curriculum in school where we want to teach this as our history? Will we be allowed to do that?
Okay, here's the thing. The answer is yes, if we participate in the local school boards. See, if we start to participate in our here and now and be actively participants in this, yes, we could. And in some places we can. Listen, I know it. I grew up in Washington, D.C., Chocolate City. Everything around me was quote unquote black. I never even saw a white person in my area unless I went downtown DC near the monument and the Jefferson Memorial and all that kind of stuff. No white people were living anywhere in sight. My high
Right.
school,
That's right. See, we but remember, Joe, we was just born right after desegregation was implemented.
okay, but wait
So
a minute. Let
those
me
that's
let me
why
let
we
me
were
get this
still
out.
packed into those communities.
Well, no, well. Let me say this about DC to answer your first other thing, is that my junior high school, Shaw Junior High School. Anybody from DC area, and you know it, Ninth and Rhode Island. Shout out to Ninth and Rhode Island Avenue. Shaw Junior High School, it is an all. I don't know what it is now, but it was an all black staff, all black student, blah 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 school. It was a plush school. It was fully carpeted. The classrooms didn't even have walls. We could see other classrooms, everything. It was laced, laid out, and we were taught whatever the curriculum that had our best interests in mind. Like the stuff, the kind of stuff. It wasn't the same as when I went to school out in Maryland and whatnot. It was different. It was a totally different vibe, totally different curriculum, totally different attitude teachers had. The whole nine, it was different. And I'm only saying this to say that me at that young age, and at that particular time period, we can do it. So to you keep using the excuse and say we're not allowed, we're not allowed. If we were to participate in our local decision making processes, we would be able to do more things. But we have this attitude of not participating. And when I was younger, I remember the parents and people, they were actively involved with the school board. They were actively involved with those institutions that make the law, the policies, the school policies. Like Shaw allowed what do you call it? I don't want to say beating, but
This is crazy. But see, we come from deseg. You coming up out of the Panther era when we was at our strongest. So yeah, we were like my mom. She
nah,
even
that's
talks
the
about
60s. How old you think? I told you my age. I'm not. I don't go
you
back.
50 years old. So
Yes.
you got to been born in what 72?
Yeah. There you go. 70,
But yeah,
71,
but see, you was zeroed in. I'm talking about your
50,
parents.
72.
They
So
coming up out of that. They coming up out of that Panther movement.
no,
They're coming
no,
up out of that type of ideology and thinking.
no, no,
That's
no.
what they're
I'm
coming up
talking
out
about
of.
no, but I'm talking about the school. What my point here is that the school's policies were a more better reflection of the people, which at that time was us, the quote unquote us, and what was allowed and not allowed. We had a hand in that decision making process way more way back then. Whereas today, we don't have as much hands-on decision making into it at our choice, but also at our demise, because we're allowing other people to set forth policies that we don't have a say so in, but yet we're affected by. Because I remember going to school, and I remember the parents and faculty and teachers, they agreed on which male and female teacher could beat children. Paddle, we call it paddle. They used to get the paddle, and it was agreed upon. That's not happening today. Ain't no school you can go to where a teacher is allowed to paddle a child for discipline. But at my school, it was there, and it was
Yeah,
two.
mine
It was
too.
it was two teachers, the gym teachers, the male and female gym teachers. I forgot their names. They were the only ones that was allowed to paddle the students, and you get sent down there. That was the walk of shame when you get sent down to the gym to get paddled. And we had to have our shirt tails in. The vice principal used to walk around and punch boys in the chest, like with an open hand, like slap, like boom.
Yeah, but
See
I don't know. Do you
that doesn't go.
understand that
No,
you
but wait,
still
but my point is all that stuff happened under our approval. We had say so because we participate. At least in that community back then, we participated
that was
in
the norm around
in
the
the
country. I mean,
in the
as far as the
decision making
paddling,
process.
I don't
So
think I don't think that was looked at as something bad back then. Is what I'm saying. That the whole thought processes just have changed from intermarrying. All of that was thought of in a different light back when we were coming up. With John, is what I'm saying.
no,
We
yeah,
had
you're
paddles. We,
right.
we were getting paddled down here too.
Yeah,
So, but it wasn't
and you're
looked
right.
at as a bad thing. It was looked at as a part of discipline. That's all it
Right.
was looked at.
No, I know,
But they changed that later on.
But the point is not that specifically. The point is that we had more agency because we were participated more for whatever the reason is. There was more participation in the decision making process for that. Whereas now it's far less of that going on. We are sitting back as passengers, allowing other groups with other interests to make decisions that affect our lives instead of we participating and having a say so. It's less
I
of
would
that
agree,
going
and I
on
agree
now.
with. I would agree. I agree with that. But what I would see, what would you would say would be the cause? I would think that like we were more unified back then. I think because we're more scattered out now that we don't have the unity that we once had. I mean, I don't know what would be the reasoning for that, but I definitely would indicate miseducation of the school system as to what the parent. Because my mother, she didn't know much when I was coming up to even help me with homework or anything like that, and I'm just being honest. But she's a brilliant woman, but
Hmm.
that's just coming from the South as far as dealing with what they were teaching at school. The
Okay, so
school
let me ask you a
system
question. Let me ask you a
affects
question.
the community of the adults as well,
You're right.
as far as
Yeah,
making
school
decisions and
system.
everything. So
I
it
mean,
definitely.
school system.
I mean, I don't want this to be
Yeah.
ongoing. I'm gonna go ahead and just tap out, but that's just my take on you, Joe.
Okay, let me just ask you a question before you tap out. So you're in Texas, right? So what would you say? Let me ask you: Do you see the need for you personally, and then those like you in your community to have a say so in the decision making processes that affect your life locally? Like
Yeah,
what stores or department stores will be in your neighborhood, whether it's a liquor store or this and that, or the certain laws, and even down to the speed limit, like um, just things that govern that you feel that indirectly or directly affects your life. Do you feel that you personally and others like you should participate in those decision making processes?
yes, I do, but I also have an understanding that some of the things like redlining, some of the things that they do are particularly targeted against us to be able to have the effects that we need, right? I also understand that population rules the nation. So if I'm in an area where it's only 14% African American and the Hispanic community is 28%, that they're going to cater more to the people with the larger population than myself. That's why population is so important. And I think that we dropped the ball back in the 60s on continuing to procreate at 6 and 7 apiece. Um, as far as how we used to procreate our grandparents and stuff like that. Because when we look around now, we're even in a worse situation. Like you said, you're in DC and it was a chocolate city. Well, our parents told us, well, hey, if you can't afford the kids, then don't have them. But now we're looking around and our population is weak. That weakens the voting as well. So it's a lot of things that we could talk about that's intertwined off in this argument that where we need to revisit our own ways of thinking on that on procreation as well. So, like I said, it's deeper than what we all really want to discuss here. The crack area and all of that stuff that depopulated us, the crack laws that depopulated our community. We've been decimated through law as well as population at this point. So, like I said, it's complicated, bro.
Okay, so you brought up just real quick because I'm definitely gonna have to wind this down, y'all. I didn't realize it was 5:45. So just real quick, you brought up some a key point, because remember my question to you was, do you feel that you yourself personally and others like you should feel the need to participate in those processes, and whatnot, and you brought up your knowledge of what they do, with the redlining and stuff like that, even with the population. You brought up population, and you said 14%.
Yeah,
So
criminalization, like some
yeah,
that keeps a lot of us from being able to vote. So it's a lot of things that they do. It's a culmination of the things that they do to
yeah,
like we're in the South. We have maybe I think Texas has the largest population of African Americans in the country right now.
hmm,
But through certain
maybe.
things that they do, that we wind up not being able to be our effect, even in the voting, from education as well, incarceration. All of these things play a role in why we can't be as effective. And I'm not saying that as to make an excuse. It's just a matter of fact as to why we can't be as effective as we could be as a people.
Okay, so let me just give an example, and and then anybody wants some final remarks or whatever the case is. I just want to show this example since you brought it up. So, and this is what I mean by using our knowledge and not just pontificating on it and this and that and abusing it. We actually leverage our knowledge. So the fact that we know redlining has occurred in very recent history, and it still could be occurring, and gerrymandering and all this other kinds of things that are adverse to our progress. Since we know that, what are we going to do about it? And so this example is, you said 14%. Let's say you live in an area that's 14%, because you're speaking about demographics. 14% African Americans live in a certain area, right? Now let's say, because I'm not familiar with Texas, so I'm just going to name a city. Let's say San Antonio. Okay, so San Antonio has 14% African Americans, or this surrounding area. Now, the way they zone states, the way they zone counties and states and stuff like that, for the purposes of these decision-making processes and laws and things like that, is very strategic, and they use it and they leverage it to benefit them. But if we have knowledge of it, then we can strategically take advantage of it as well. It's not like it's only for them. We just don't act on it, maybe because we don't know about it. But once we know, we could act. But anyway, so to my point, let's say this area right here. Let me use this circle right here. Let's say this circle right here represents the 14%. This whole circle right here, this one right here, the blue one. Now, the way they slice and dice zones for the purposes of lawmaking is that they will not allow or have it where all 14% will be in a singular zone. So I got to stretch this out. Let's say I stretch this out. Let's say this is a zone. Out of all of Texas, this counts as one zone. See, this won't happen nearly as often as it not happening, because if this was zoned this way, then the 14% African Americans would definitely be able to have agency, because they make up the majority of this zone, not the majority of the state. Now, see, on the state level, they only this little small section, because you got the rest of Texas. But if they zoned it this way, then within this zone and everything that transpires in there, 14%, the African Americans would make up more than 14% of the zone, but only 14% of, let's say, Texas. But in here, they make up 90% within the zone. And if the zone had a legislative body that had its level of agency to produce its own laws, schooling boards and schooling systems, stuff like that, then guess what? Those laws will reflect the African American community at 90% success rate. But that's not what they do. So what they do is they'll zone and split, and I'm gonna put this one right here. They'll split it to where only this small little, if y'all can see where the purple overlap the blue and the red overlap the blue, they'll do stuff like that. And that's what you call these zoning issues, where they change it for different reasons, whether it's for voting or whether it's for local laws and things like that. That's where the redistricting and rezoning comes into play. And by us knowing that happens, what are we going to do about it? Once we know, and we can do something about it. And so this the kind of stuff that we need to study as well and focus on. But I'm saying overall, we don't get into stuff like this because we're so focused on trying to be and solve a problem on a totally different continent when we got problems here, and so on and so forth. We're trying to figure things out for somewhere else when we got these issues right here. And I don't see no mass exit to go to any country, whether it's the continent of Africa or not, no en masse migration of African Americans leaving America. Period. Ain't nobody leaving the United States like that in any large numbers.
Well, y'all was just a hater.
Yep. I know. Listen. Hey, listen. I'm unapologetic, and a lot of different things came up. But if we were to stick to one issue, and really unpack the whole thing, can nobody's gonna be able to. I don't see anybody disagreeing. I think in the end, people will agree with a lot more than they would disagree with the things that I've been saying. I mean,
You
and
got to understand that
even right now.
there is more and more people. It's a small number, but there's more and more African Americans who are packing up and leaving for Africa each year. And, they're coming to the realization that you can only do so much here. And if I'm going to help build up a place, I'm going to use my talents to where it benefits people who look like me, and I can exist in a place where people who look like me. And that is, you may not see it in your lifetime, but trust, an exodus is coming, and it may not be the majority of us or even 30% of us, but enough of us are going to where we're setting up communities there. You can find all kinds of videos of expats. Matter of fact, my college girlfriend is living in Africa now. Says she'll never come back to the States. Ended up convincing her whole family. Her mother's there now. Her sister and her husband and their children are there now. They all live in the same building in Ghana. And if you would have told me that this girl would have moved to Ghana when we were dating in 1998, I would have looked at you crazy, because she wasn't uh, wasn't looking to Africa for nothing. And but over the years that has changed, and so there are more and more people considering it, just given the situations here, because you can only exist here for so long before you realize that you don't have the numbers, you don't, regardless, you don't have the power to make things happen in a very significant way here. And we have to consider some other strategies alongside with trying to maintain and do things here. But that's
Yeah,
neither
and
here.
I think that we should be open to all of the options, and we should definitely shouldn't limit the options. The the any doctrine of a Back to Africa movement, like I know people bring up the UNIA and even Liberia and things like that, and there are people who move to Africa, but the immigration, the black immigration, because we're talking about African Americans specifically, but when we go to a higher level and say the flat black, which includes African Americans and anybody considered black here, the influx of that outweighs the exit of the African American exit. So the because we see things as black and not more in a granular way of saying African Americans, then we kind of miss that. We kind of miss that the fact that what you just said, there are some people who are relocating on the continent. But even
And
that,
I'll
I,
be
kn- I know if you,
relocating myself, so I'm starting all this mess here in the United States. Drop a
you gonna start
Kemet bomb
all
and
the
then
trouble and
and
then
then
roll out.
jet
Where
on
you
all
where you going?
y'all there.
Assad gonna be on Cyrus Boulevard in Kemet, in the Arab Republic of Egypt.
I'm gonna
But
move to Emmy Kat's homeland and chill with her family members.
yeah. But now
And
here's the thing though. Cause I have friends who moved out of the United States. Some went to the Caribbean, Guyana, was it? No. Yeah, Guyana, I think. No. What's the country? Belize. I'm sorry, man. I don't know why I said Guyana. Belize, and and um and even Ghana and whatnot. And although they have, but it's not like they basically report back and say, listen, it's not a fairy tale. Like it's rough to do that. Like people think that okay, it's easy. Like I'm just gonna pack up and decide to go, but no, it takes planning, and I wouldn't want anybody to have a false expectation of stuff like that, because you really do have to start over if you don't already have a plug, a well rooted plug in your destination location. Because it's even though you see yourself as black and there's black, but it don't quite work like that. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of these different places. So that's just some food for thought for folks. If you do it, man, make sure you do it right. Make sure you get all your things lined up to
Of
relocate.
course, but I'm of the school that somebody has to pioneer, somebody has to pave the way. Of course, it'll be ridiculous to think that the vast majority of us is going to move. We love white people too much here in the United States to move, but what white people are doing, however, is moving to Africa, and they're setting up settlements and things in Africa because they understand that Africa is going to be the new wave, saying of the future in terms of resources and the like. And they're setting themselves up while we're trying to remain here in a sinking ship.
But that
And
check.
so it's complicated, but at the same time, somebody has to go and set up and pioneer and build those relationships so that your children, if they decide that what, I'm tired of this place, they have a safe space to go to, and those relationships have to be built, and those settlements have to be designed, and it's a lot of stuff that has to happen, but it's going to
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, but what about the Gullah and Geechee cultures? Should they move as well?
If they want to. I mean, I'm assuming that African people have
Um,
agency, and they can
yeah, I
do what
know.
they
It's
want.
just that how everybody know they fought really hard for the land that they own now. So I
I
don't know.
mean,
It's kind of hard for them. I don't know. It might be kind of hard to convince them to move.
no, you can do dual
But
citizenship in certain places. You can uh, you can have some people go and some people stay. It's not a black and white simple thing, like it's like an either or. There's multiple ways that you can attack this. The point
Yeah,
is to be strategic and to make moves that is first and foremost uh conducive to the plans that you have for yourself and your family. And then if you have the consideration of the population in mind, that is beneficial and strategic for us in the long term. And so we can do that while still having certain people, a large amount of people of us here. We can have folks everywhere, and just set up a network. This is what I was saying with the book Tribes. You know, the successful tribes, they have, for a lack of a better term, colonies in various different spaces, and that's what makes them able to capture much of the global market in terms of economy. And so they make settlements, and so this is what was done in Africa. So those Arabs and those Phoenicians and others, they came to Africa, set up settlements, while still there's it wasn't a super mass exodus coming out of England and Spain, but enough of them came that they could set up shop and build their economy. And so you can do that, and with African continental African people and African Americans and those of us in the diaspora, we have more of a connection with each other because of the transatlantic slave trade and the Arab slave trade, that we can build bonds in a way that others can't. And we already have a diaspora. So it's just a matter of capturing the markets, building the safe places for us to do tourism with each other and the like, and build up each other's economies. We can use each other to build our individual and collective economies, and that's the only way that we'll be able to position ourselves in the world. This is the ideas behind Pan-Africanism and the like. You know, this is the fundamental thing of what it is. But certain aspects of the struggle is not going to be appealing to others. So they may be more comfortable staying here in the United States and building and setting up shop, and others may be more adventurous and pioneering and go somewhere else. But what matters is that the connection is always there and open, and so that we're trading goods with one another across the continent of Africa and in the diaspora.
I agree.
Yeah.
The Gullah Geechee don't have to lose anything. They can have Gullah Geechee A in the Carolinas, and they can have Gullah Geechee B somewhere in South Africa if they choose to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it's not like it's either this or that, because at the end of the day, it's 2022. People actually have multiple citizenship and things of that nature, which is actually very highly recommended in that sense, because you have to be able to not feel like if you identify with this, then it means that you're discarding the other thing. You have to be able to maneuver through different places. So those are opportunities that people do need to take advantage of. Does not mean that now if you choose to move to on a continent, then you have to dispose of everything and the benefits you can reap off from where you left off. With mostly, I guess, with immigrants, you will see immigrants doing that. They will still, they will play both sides, because you have to take, you have to use all the global resources you have at your disposal. So you definitely do need to connect, with the continent, and one of the ways is actually, obviously figure out how to get your citizenship and things of that nature, have land and be active on that particular aspect. Because I know in Kenya we have different communities. We have different, we said our consensus was 42 indigenous tribes, but we have updated number of tribes, which also includes like Americans, Indians, everything. So that is something that is happening. It's just that the problem is it's happening more on the other side, the European side, more than you would see with the African Americans, when the opportunities are open for everybody. So that's what needs to be taken advantage of. But you don't have to choose one and then have to dispose the other.
Yeah, I mean, in closing, I just want to say, we have to learn to leverage things, and we have to strategize, and we really do need to define the we. Outside of that, obviously, people on a personal, individual level, they don't. There's no real responsibility there. There's no compromising needed. There's no negotiation needed. When you make your own decisions for your own self, and even your family, you pretty much have free reign of agency and can make those decisions. You don't have to worry about what another person is going to agree or disagree, or have a difference of opinion or difference of methods and stuff like that. So individually it's easier, but when it comes to a collective, we have to learn to be better at doing stuff like that, where we can have compelling arguments to convince people to take action to do X, Y, and Z. I think we've lost that skill in the strength of that skill that we once had, where we knew how to argue, and that's why I brought this back on the screen. By the way, we knew how to argue to convince persons and people of a course of action, which in itself starts to grow and define the we, and then the collective can make a move through the lens of strategy and leveraging something. So if we were ever to relocate or prepare a place, and this that on a community level, not an individual level, then these are the things we're gonna have to become better at. Period. Without this, we just sounded good, and then everybody's gonna do their own thing. Because as an individual, a lot of people move and go somewhere else. And if it was just up to me, I'll wait and just go to Mars, like somebody made in a comment, because Mars is gonna be on and popping in about 100 years.
And we need to migrate to the metaverse and build Wakanda in the metaverse.
Exactly. I'm saying, yeah, y'all think that's funny, but man, the metaverse is right around here now, basically. But I'm saying, in 100 years, Mars is going to be the land grab, the on and pop. They're going to terraform something. They're going, people moving to Africa right now, but 100 years from now, people will be having the same conversation about Mars. Yeah, man, when you going to migrate to Mars, but when you going to go, man, I can't do nothing here on Earth. I'm going to go to Mars. You know what I'm saying?
You're going to be Martian Africans.
Exactly. Instead of African American, we'd be African Martians. You know what I mean? Or earthly Martians.
And I'm all for
it. But anyway, so I hope everybody got that point, man. And I have to, we've been on for 4 hours, going on 5 hours. So I'm going to have to shut it down. I really appreciate everybody tuning in, just hanging out. And whether you agree or disagree, hopefully you learn something or make you think. And we could bring stuff back up. I've enjoyed everybody on the panel: Asar, James, Pan African Design, Zane, Jehudi, Sean earlier, Emmy Cat. Who else? Mika popped in. Smash, and I was hoping Smash would stick around so we could change gears and kind of get into some detail of some Egyptian stuff. But I'll do that maybe tomorrow. But listen. One of the takeaways from the last part of our conversations, though, is no matter what your ideals are right now, just give it a lot of thought on and think things through a lens of strategy, of getting things done, not so much as in reporting our observations of what's happening. We can do that, and we've been doing that, but now it's like, what are we going to do about it? When it comes to this subject matter, because I know we done went way from the Egyptian conversation, but in terms of agency, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? And what's the best way to do it? Anything, and it should provoke the level of individual, because we could do anything we decide, and that's easy actually. The hard part is to unify enough people, get enough people to agree with you, to actually act, to execute something. And I'm saying the tool to use to convince is a kind of proselytizing tool of effective argumentation. You have to have a convincing argument is the tool of conversion, or should be the tool of conversion. You don't want somebody to blindly believe and follow what you're saying. You want to show them a sound argument and it be tight and let them agree with you and jump on board. And that's the problem. We ignorantly just follow and whatnot, not knowing nothing from nothing, just because something sound good or whatever. We'll join this group or this membership or this whatever, but don't even investigate. Don't even request them to support whatever it is that they're indoctrinating. We just follow because it sounds good, it feels good. But now we got to step it up. We better use these tools and have real convincing people who are a tight group that know why they're a group and the ins and outs of it, not just a membership. Anyway, I don't want to keep going on. But yeah, I know some of these statements that was made, some people may not agree with it, but I'm okay with that. I hope y'all are okay with that, and we can hash it out later. But I guarantee you, can't nobody refute. I dare anybody one-on-one. Any of y'all agree with anything I said? At least me, I'm speaking for myself. Let's talk one-on-one, and I guarantee you that what you see on the screen, I'm gonna do that to you, and we're gonna be on the same page. Watch. Watch me. Anyway, all right. Hey, I enjoyed me shrink this back down. Appreciate everybody tuning in, but I'm about to give me a nice kale wrap. Anybody in Atlanta? Is anybody in Atlanta in the chat, by the way?
I'll be
Anybody
in Atlanta.
Oh yeah, for a win.
I'll actually be passing through.
Oh, okay.
When I drive back to Philly, so I'm gonna go the southern route. So I'm gonna go through New Orleans, Atlanta, and the Carolinas that way. So when I
it's
go
a straight
through,
drive, or you gonna take a break somewhere?
I'll be taking a break. So because it's a 27-hour. If it was a straight drive with I ain't have to fill up no gas, and the car didn't have to rest, so I had to rest, it would be 27 hours the drive from where I'm at.
Dang.
Yeah,
man, that's
so
so you definitely gonna have a layover. So how many how many sleepovers you gonna have? One?
I don't
try
know.
trekking it in one.
Because I'm gonna be stopping some places, so I'll definitely be stopping in New Orleans. I'll definitely be stopping in Atlanta.
New Orleans.
I'll probably meet up with brother Ben somewhere in the Carolinas, and then it's a straight shot from there too.
All right, well, hey, if you come in Georgia and Atlanta, hit me up.
No doubt.
Come hang out, even if it's just a short thing. Yeah, because anybody come in town, man, because I'm be pushing. We do need to incorporate that face to face stuff. This internet stuff has made people robotic, and our human skills is just diminished.
Oh man, what I mean? I need your help with that. You know where I am.
Yeah, Zane, I'm trying. You in Atlanta? I'm like, man, you live out in the boonies though. You like on the edge. You in the
Nah, I'm living close to the city.
See, all y'all in these boonies, when I come through, if y'all ain't on the highway, if we ain't meeting up on the highway, that I can just hop back on.
What route you taking? 95? You taking 95 up?
What is it? I think it's. Well, I guess so because it curves. Because I'm taking I-10 that direction, but I know it's going to curve up. So whatever highway that is when it curves up, that's.
Well, if you hit 85 or 95, then yeah. Just let me know you come in when you hit Georgia and stuff. Probably hook up where you taking a break, just to eat and break or something.
That'll be in 2 weeks, so.
Oh yeah, all right.
So it's coming up soon.
All right, man. So I appreciate everybody tuned in, and hang out. It's a spinoff of Smash. But so we're gonna do it again. Somebody else probably go live after a while, man. We gonna keep y'all glued to the computer. Somebody else go live next. I don't know who. Garfield probably
I'm getting ready to go to
it's Saul's turn. It's your turn, Saul.
Maybe tomorrow, but today I got, or maybe when I come back in late tonight, if nothing's on and popping. But I'm about to go see Batman with some friends. So
Batman.
Yeah, I want to go see that too, man.
Batman? What is it? Is a new Batman?
Yeah, it's a new Batman.
Hey, you know. It's been up for like 2 weeks now.
No, seriously?
Yes, it just came out. Not this weekend, but at least last weekend.
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm behind. Dang, yo, I didn't even know that. And I'm usually up on any comic, but DC, Marvel, whatever. I'm like, man, Batman. Oh, I'm gonna have to look into that. But hold up, everything. We met at Walmart. Cause you know what? If that's true, if you who I think it is, yeah, man. I'm glad you said something. I had no idea. I do remember. You didn't say everything is everything when we met then. Obviously, you probably made up the name after. But I remember. See, it was brief. I remember this guy approaching me in Walmart and was like, "Yo, man, what's up?" And it was all good and everything's like, "Yeah, I saw Unc or whatever and everything's like, yeah, I'm so and so. So that's you. If that's the same person. Yeah, it was in Walmart. Yep. Yeah, everything was. If that's him, I remember that. But that's what I'm talking about. Running into people on from online. Yeah,
He wasn't speaking patois.
that's why. Everything. But yeah, he said, I don't look 50. Yeah, I always look a lot younger than my age until you get older. Your looks start to catch up to your age. I know I always had that problem. I was like 30 looking 18. You know what I mean? Um, but
Yeah, I'm 30 now. People keep thinking I'm 22 or something.
Yep, that's how it is. But that's a good thing. That's a compliment. But as you get older, it starts shifting, boy. That's why you start making some changes and adjustments. I'm at that point. Because even people recently asked my age, and I have to say 50. I had to think about that. I'm like, man, golly, you know, time is flying. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, man, I don't see how people be acting out here. 50 years old. Oh, he said everything. Oh, he said I didn't get it. Yeah, I probably didn't even get it when he said everything is everything. I thought you were just greeting me. Hey, yo, what's up, man? Everything is everything. I thought you were saying it in that way. Everything is everything. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, you in Walmart? We in the aisle. I don't know what aisle Walmart. I'm thinking he just like, yeah, everything is everything, man. How you doing? I thought it was that kind of thing. I didn't know he was saying his name, screen name. All right, cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. But all right, I'm gonna say peace to everybody. Go ahead.
What y'all want that? Well, what train station you live nearby?
Oh man, I couldn't even tell you, man. What train? I don't even think a train station is where I'm at. Put it this way, you know where? Do you know I-20? I'm off of I-20. Like if you know, I know you know I-20. Uh, Candler Road, Wesley Chapel, Panola Road.
Okay, you
Then
by Kensington. You by Kensington Station there.
Okay, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
even.
I know what that is.
I've
I used to stay out
never.
there. I used to stay out in Stone Mountain.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Stone Mountain is not too far. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Stone Mountain. Um, all of that. Yep. Okay. But yeah, I've never rode the public transportation since I've been in Georgia. I've never. So I don't know. In DC, it was a different story. DC, I could tell you all the red line, blue line, all the whole metro stops, subway, the buses, the K6, K4, the transfers. I could tell you all that stuff when I was living in DC.
Yeah,
That's all I did. But down here, I never had a chance to. Never.
I
Didn't need
rode it
to.
when I went to Atlanta once from the airport to the hotel. That was about it.
Oh, I've never had. I don't even know how the subway is. Like in DC, the subway was nice. We used to ride the subway. See, it was a thing. We used to go to subway just to go to the airport, just to watch the planes take off. We should just go to subway as a hangout. Just buy one pass and stay in the subway. Just go from the green line to the yellow line, the red line, and go to Arlington or Alexandria, Virginia, or whatever to watch the wherever airport that was, Pentagon. Go downtown, Georgetown, downtown F Street to Silver Spring, everything. Yeah, we used to do it all. Oh, he said Stonecrest Walmart. Yeah, yep, I remember. Yep, I remember. Everything is everything. Cool. Yep, Stonecrest. All right, y'all.
Peace.
I'm gonna say peace. All right, Hotep. Peace. Peace to the chat.
Peace.
See y'all next time. Jehudi probably gonna walk down to the beach. Jehudi got beachfront property. If y'all want to collectively move somewhere, Jehudi could house everybody. Quiet as a kept, boy. Jehudi got like about 40 acres of beachfront property.
On my way right
Florida.
now.
Yep.
Come on, Kofi. You ready?
All right, Hotep, y'all. I see y'all.
Hotep.
You said that when you go to Kemet school, you became more alert. You more wake up. Your spirit wake up, and you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what we call classical studies, we must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some Refuting too. We need to know Netcher. So the most achievement in Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.